The majestic snow leopard stands atop a frozen peak as the legendary Lena Nestian is introduced as a gifted heir. Lena chooses love over family duty, dancing with a man from a household hostile to her own for generations. The tragedy unfolds as Lena passes away during childbirth, leaving the silver-haired Zender Nestian in a state of grief. A blood-stained maid presents the newborn child to Zender, who takes the infant into his arms with a grimace. The infant is revealed to be a powerless hybrid, crying out as she is wrapped in a dark blue cloth. 7 years pass as the grand stone castle stands tall against a backdrop of swirling clouds and falling snow. Zender gazes out at the winter landscape, while his young granddaughter, Thiel, watches him fearfully from the open doorway. A sudden, sharp creak sounds as the door opens, causing the small girl to flinch under her grandfather's gaze. Zender Nestian confines his young granddaughter to a desolate attic, beginning years of relentless abuse and cruel family neglect. A lone rat scurries toward a meager bowl of bread, illustrating the child's nearly impossible struggle for survival. Thiel crouches on the floor and eats beside the rat, her small form barely clinging to her fragile life. A hand in a red sleeve suddenly snatches the bread away, accompanied by a sharp, harsh whisk sound. The bread is thrown aside as Thiel cringes on the floor, enduring her grandfather's hateful insults and verbal assault. Zender looms over her with cold eyes as she apologizes for her hunger before he roughly drags her away. The heavy wooden door swings open with a low groan as the elder drags the terrified child along behind him. Zender drags Thiel onto a snowy balcony, cruelly reminding her that she has forgotten her place in the household. A sudden, violent thud sounds as Thiel is shoved onto the freezing, snow-covered floor by her own grandfather. The door slams shut as Thiel rushes to the iron bars, crying out for her grandfather to open it. Pleading for forgiveness, the young girl begs for the door to be opened while sobbing in the bitter cold. A long, slow creak sounds as the door begins to open, offering. The lavender-haired Cornelia Nestian appears at the door, coldly declaring that she has had enough of the child's noise. Thiel looks through the iron bars with tearful eyes, desperately calling out to her aunt for some small mercy. Cornelia erupts in rage, screaming at the child to know her place while refusing to be addressed as her aunt. Turning away with a sharp whisk, Cornelia mentions a dress fitting and asks Zender why he is still there. Zender rubs his temple in annoyance, complaining that the hybrid child has made him lose track of his schedule. A bright, well-dressed girl named Lowen knocks and enters cheerfully, greeting her grandfather with a wide, happy smile. Zender's cold demeanor vanishes as he warmly greets Lowen, preparing to head out with his favorite granddaughter. Lowen stands gracefully amidst a floral border, identified as Cornelia's daughter and the beloved, gifted cousin of the family. Zender lifts Lowen into a warm embrace, calling her a good child as they leave the attic together. Thiel watches their departure from the freezing balcony, pleading one last time for Lady Cornelia to hear her. Shivering violently in the falling snow, Thiel cries out for help as the biting winter wind begins to howl. Cornelia looks back with a chilling smile, mocking Thiel's mixed heritage and her sensitivity to the biting mountain cold. With a sharp bang, Cornelia slams the door shut, declaring that the child's face is a disgusting reminder. Left alone in the deepening snow, Thiel stands silently at the edge of the empty, windswept stone balcony. The young girl collapses onto the stone floor, her breath hitching as the overwhelming cold begins to take hold. Dark thorns and roses surround the hateful images of her family as their cruel words echo in her mind. Clinging to a fading memory, Feel wonders if her life would be different if her mother were still alive. The world blurs as the dying child asks if there is any place where she truly belongs. Distant laughter echoes as Thiel sees a vision of her grandfather and Lowen walking happily through the snow. Thiel lies curled up on the frozen ground, expressing a final, heartbreaking wish to feel warmth just once. A sudden, sharp shatter sounds as Thiel's eyes snap open, finding herself back on the attic's wooden floor. Looking around the dusty room in shock, the young girl questions if her time on the balcony was real. Thiel stares at the familiar surroundings of the attic, confused as to why she is no longer outside. A sharp throb of pain hits her, causing the silver-haired girl to gasp and clutch her head in distress. Touching a fresh, stinging wound on her forehead, she realizes that the physical pain confirms this is no dream. Looking into a handheld mirror, Thiel identifies a scar from when Lowen pushed her down the stairs recently. Touching the glass, she realizes the injury was from a month ago, leading her to believe she traveled back. A sudden, bright flash sounds as a mysterious golden light erupts from the palms of her small hands. Staring at her hands in utter disbelief, the child wonders if the glowing light was merely a strange hallucination. Bewildered and sweating, Thiel crouches on the floor, trying to make sense of the magical glow she just witnessed. Shaking her head to focus, Thiel decides she cannot waste time staring at her palms while suspecting she traveled back. Realizing her grandfather's cruelty will continue if she remains, the silver-haired girl resolves to escape her prison immediately. Looking through a narrow stone window, she worries about freezing in the snow with nowhere else to seek refuge. As a sudden, quick whisk sounds, Thiel stares into a mirror, desperately wishing for someone to help her survive. Her golden eyes widen with a sudden spark of realization as she recalls a crucial piece of her family history. A majestic golden crest featuring a black leopard represents the powerful family her mother once left behind for love. Gazing at a basin, Thiel remembers her father's clan and wonders if they could be her only path to safety. The narrow window reveals the cold sky as distant sounds of activity echo through the stone walls of the castle. Thiel notes the unusual noise outside, realizing the household is currently preoccupied with some significant event or arrival. Overhearing orders about guests in a banquet, she understands that the chaos of the preparations provides her best chance. Thiel recalls that this was the time her cousin Lowen was selected as a candidate for the crown princess. Many noble girls were chosen for observation, bringing direct subordinates of the emperor to the Nestian household for inspection. Servants hurry through the courtyard with heavy luggage, fully distracted by the task of welcoming the prestigious palace guests. Thiel recognizes this perfect timing, knowing the family and maids will be too busy with Lowen to check her attic. Her attention shifts to a small plate of bread on the floor, a meager resource for her planned journey. Picking up the bread, she decides to hide it in her clothes as a vital supply for her escape. A sudden, sharp squeak sounds as a rat scurries toward the food, prompting Thiel to cry out in protest. With a quick thud, the girl snatches the bread away, refusing to let the scavenger take her only meal. A sudden, brilliant flash of energy erupts around her as a mysterious power begins to manifest from her fear. The small rat freezes in place, startled by the strange and sudden burst of light filling the dim attic. Transformed into a small, spotted cub, the shivering hybrid huddles under a dark cloth to preserve her fading body heat. Curled around her bread, the tiny creature resolves to endure the cold and save her strength for the coming escape. The cub wonders sadly if her father truly hates her, haunted by the cruel lies her grandfather often told. She remembers Zender's chilling warning that the head of the black leopard family would kill her on sight. Feeling like an unwanted hybrid responsible for her mother's death, she sees herself as small and helpless against the world. Hiding her tiny form, she hopes that the black leopard family might accept her if she promises to remain invisible. The cub decides she can survive on nearly nothing, vowing to live as if she doesn't exist, just to stay alive. Returning to human form, Teal carefully pushes open a heavy wooden door with a low, cautious groan. Peeking into the dim hallway, she is relieved to find the area quiet, as everyone seems to be fast asleep. Sneaking through the corridors, she realizes the exhaustion from welcoming palace guests has made the household guards less alert. She makes her way toward her grandfather's office, hoping to find something valuable to pay a coachman for her travels. Finding the door unlocked, Teal slips into the dark office, noting that her grandfather's recent distractions worked in her favor. With a soft creak, she opens a drawer and finds a small pouch of coins, enough to cover her fare. A glint of metal catches her eye, revealing a beautiful silver locket hidden among the other trinkets in the desk. Opening the jewelry, she gasps as she sees a portrait of Lena Nestian, the mother she never truly knew. Her eyes fill with tears as she gazes at the face of the mother her grandfather so frequently mourned in private. Clasping the locket to her chest, Teal decides to take the precious memory with her as she leaves forever. She knows she will never return to this hateful place and wants a way to always remember her mother's face. Clutching her stolen treasures, the young girl creeps through the shadows, desperate to reach the exit without being seen. A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as a voice calls out for Lowen, causing Teal to freeze in absolute terror. A woman holding a bright lantern appears in the hallway, identified as Lowen's nanny, a woman named Jaira. Raising the light, Jaira's confusion turns to shock as she realizes the small figure in the hall is not Lowen. Jaira erupts in a furious rage, screaming at Teal for wandering and demanding she return to her attic prison immediately. Teal bolts down the hallway as a frantic patter sounds, while the nanny bellows for the guards to catch her. The young girl runs with all her might, her heart racing as shouts of "Catch her!" echo through the castle. Servants realize the fleeing child is heading toward the annex where the prestigious palace guests are currently resting. Panic spreads among the staff at the thought of the disturbance reaching the family head and the imperial visitors. Panting heavily, Teal runs into the dark depths of the castle, fearing that she will be caught at any moment. She desperately pulls at the handles of several doors, but finds them all locked as her options begin to disappear. A heavy shadow falls over her as a sudden, firm grasp lands on her shoulder, ending her flight in terror. A sudden, heavy thud sounds as the blonde-haired boy looks down at the silver-haired girl sitting on the floor. Amidst a blue floral border, the blue-eyed boy stares intensely at the child while asking for her identity. The silver-haired girl stammers in fear, while the blonde boy asks what she is trying to say. Tears well up in the young girl's golden eyes as she desperately pleads for the boy to save her. The blonde-haired boy wonders about her identity, noting that there should only be one girl in the Nestian family. Observing her shabby clothes and golden eyes, the boy concludes that this child is certainly not Lowen Nestian. The boy demandingly tells the girl to stop crying and answer him, threatening to throw her out immediately otherwise. Teal identifies herself as a snow leopard, while a sudden, sharp rattle sounds, making the boy wonder who is approaching. Hearing the commotion outside the closed double doors, the blonde-haired boy questions if the girl is being chased. The boy tells Teal to follow him, asking if she is capable of transforming into her beast form. A sharp, long creak sounds as the scene shifts toward a large, dark-curtained bed within the dim room. The blond boy points toward the floor, instructing the small, spotted leopard cub to hide beneath the grand bed. With a quick, frantic scurry sounding, the tiny cub rushes under the furniture as the boy urges her to hurry. A soft rustle sounds as the boy kneels to adjust the bedsheets, muttering about the cub's clumsy movements. A series of sharp knocks sounds before Cedric Jovino enters, apologizing to the boy for his late-night intrusion. Cedric reports that a young maid has run away, causing the hidden leopard cub to look up in surprise. Adjusting his glasses, Cedric explains that the staff saw the escaping girl running toward the guest house. Realizing the staff misidentified the snow leopard, the boy denies seeing her and grants permission to search most areas. After Cedric departs, the blonde-haired boy reflects on his bothersome undercover mission to verify various bride candidates. The boy tells the cub it is safe to come out, asking for the truth behind her desperate escape. Still in her beast form, the cub gazes up at the high-status boy, wondering if he will truly help. A title card appears over the ornate hallway as the sound of soft, quick footsteps echoes through the castle. Returning to human form, the silver-haired girl explains that she has been kept locked away since she was born. Thiel laments her grandfather's cruelty, while the boy correctly guesses she used the guest arrivals to slip away. The boy asks about her future plans, and Thiel reveals her small coin pouch intended for a carriage ride. The boy is puzzled by her destination, but his eyes widen as she reveals her father's snow leopard heritage. A spark of realization hits the boy as he finally understands the significance of her rare, golden eyes. The blonde-haired boy warns Thiel that her meager savings won't even get her out of the family's territory. A worried gasp sounds as Thiel realizes her escape is doomed without more money to fund her long journey. In a surprising turn, the boy tells the silver-haired girl that he will personally take her to the Asterians. Thiel stands up in shock, clutching her coin pouch while asking if the boy is truly being serious. A bright, joyful shimmer surrounds the young girl as she thanks her savior and promises to repay the favor. The blonde boy tells her not to worry about it, though Thiel remains deeply moved by his unexpected kindness. Looking up at him shyly, the silver-haired girl asks how she should address him and what his name is. A majestic arch frames the scene as the boy introduces himself by his full name, Iandros Krashian. Thiel repeats his name softly before Ian tells her to rest, warning her not to be late tomorrow morning. Ian extends his palm, and a sudden, brilliant flash of blue energy erupts into a glowing orb of light. Thiel watches with wide, amazed eyes as the shimmering portal manifests, questioning if it is some kind of hole. Ian explains that his special ability allows him to create a unique dimensional space that only he can access. The boy instructs the silver-haired girl to transform back into her snow leopard form and enter the glowing portal. Ian reassures the hesitant child that she will be safe and won't get lost as long as he lives. A soft, determined rustle sounds as Thiel prepares to enter the portal, seeing it as her only path forward. Thiel decides that entering the unknown space is better than risking capture by the cruel people in the mansion. With a gentle, sliding sound, Ian places the small leopard cub into the blue portal for her safety. The cub finds herself inside a quiet, alternate dimension filled with ruins and discarded, broken objects from the past. A sharp crumbling sound occurs when the cub touches a torn plushie, causing the object to vanish into dust. Realizing the fragility of the items around her, the tiny cub begins to walk through the ruins with extreme caution. Spotting a pristine, sparkling pink cushion, the cub reaches out a small paw to cautiously poke the soft fabric. A happy, high-pitched cheer sounds as the cub realizes the cushion is solid and incredibly soft to the touch. Curled up happily on her new bed, the cub wishes her father could be as kind as her new friend. Sitting in a grand drawing room, the head of the Nestian family asks Cedric Jovino about his stay. Cedric politely praises the hospitality and the excellent dinner while calmly sipping his tea. The white-haired host worries over the guest's silence regarding Lowen, blaming Thiel's earlier escape for ruining the atmosphere. A sudden, sharp tap sounds as Cedric firmly rejects the offer to see Lowen again before his departure. Standing abruptly, Cedric announces he must leave for his long journey, much to the white-haired man's visible shock. As Cedric offers a future invitation to the capital, the flustered host bows deeply while trying to protest. Suddenly, Lowen runs into the room with a joyful shout, her blue eyes sparkling as she greets her grandfather. The frantic host tries to stop Lowen from entering, but she curiously asks if the guest is already leaving. Clasping her hands hopefully, the young girl asks if the visitors were impressed by her. Cedric offers a formal, cold farewell to Lady Lowen, wishing her the blessings of his family as he exits. The Nestian head is consumed by rage, realizing the guest's dismissal is a clear sign that Lowen was rejected. Lowen desperately asks when they will meet again, but Cedric offers no promise as he turns his back. Watching them leave, Lowen shouts to her grandfather that she wishes to see the capital as well. Ian remains silent as Lowen begs to follow them, while Cedric prepares the carriage for their final departure. The host watches the guests leave, bitterly blaming the half-breed child for ruining his month of careful preparation. As the carriage pulls away, the white-haired man vows to punish the one responsible for this humiliation. Ian settles into the carriage while the host offers a strained final blessing through the open door. A sudden, sharp metallic clang sounds as Ian slams the carriage door shut in the stunned host's face. Left standing in the courtyard, the Nestian head mutters about the insolent behavior of the departing party. Inside the carriage, Ian clicks his tongue in annoyance, wondering why the old man felt the need to talk. Cedric sighs at Ian's bluntness, though the blonde boy admits his deep dislike for the concept of child marriages. The rhythmic patter of horses' hooves sounds as the carriage departs, with Cedric formally addressing the young crown prince. Ian reflects on his unstable power, knowing he must find a compatible mate to prevent a future magical rampage. Powerful families across the land watch the situation closely, hoping to gain influence by producing the next princess. Leaning his head on his gloved hand, the blonde-haired boy looks completely exhausted by the weight of his responsibilities. Cedric notes the Nestian head's unease, wondering if it stems from the mysterious events that occurred at dawn. Ian suddenly remembers a vital detail, causing a look of realization to wash over his youthful face. Without a word, the boy manifests his blue dimensional portal right on the plush seat of the carriage. A soft, sleepy squeak sounds as Ian reaches into the glowing void and gently pulls out the leopard cub. Cedric's eyes bulge in shock, and a frantic scrubbing sound occurs as he cleans his glasses in utter disbelief. Ian gently pets the cub, while a bewildered Cedric asks if he is merely dreaming of this strange sight. The blonde boy calmly announces their new destination is the Asterian family, as the cub looks on happily. Cedric questions the sudden change in plans, but Ian insists that they must take the child to her family. Returning to her human form, Thiel identifies herself and reveals her desperate wish to finally meet her father. Stunned by the mention of her father, Cedric listens as Ian tells him to look closely at her eyes. Cedric gasps as he recognizes the rare golden eyes, realizing this child possesses the traits of two powerful families. He remembers the history of Lena Nestian and Carthus Asterian, who once built a family despite fierce opposition. The memory turns somber as he recalls Lena's disappearance during her third pregnancy and her reported death. The Asterian family was forced to hold a funeral without a body, never knowing the fate of the child. A wave of shock hits Cedric as he realizes Thiel is the very child everyone believed had perished. With a look of fierce determination, Ian commands the carriage to travel as fast as the horses can run. 3 days later, the party arrives at the magnificent Asterian castle, a sprawling and ornate architectural marvel. Pardon, the family butler, bows deeply to welcome the crown prince with a formal blessing of the house. Now dressed in his royal uniform, Ian demandingly asks to see the head of the Asterian family immediately. Cedric steps out of the carriage first, preparing to present the young guest they have brought with them. Extending his hand with a polite smile, Cedric encourages Thiel to step down and enter her new home. A soft, rhythmic tap sounds as Thiel steps out, now dressed in a beautiful yellow gown with blue bows. The butler's face pales in absolute shock, while Ian smiles, enjoying the dramatic impact of Thiel's sudden appearance. Standing tall in her elegant new clothes, the silver-haired girl looks every bit the noble daughter she truly is. Thiel gasps in amazement at the massive, glittering interior of the castle, which dwarfs her former prison. Walking down the ornate hallway, Ian leads Thiel as she wonders if her father is a scary man. Cedric apologizes for the modest preparations, while Ian adjusts his collar, both focused on the young girl's arrival. Clasping her yellow dress, Thiel worries the outfit is too extravagant and that her father might dislike her. Beautiful garments and newfound kindness represent a life Thiel never dared to imagine during her long captivity. Gazing at the delicate yellow fabric, the young girl reflects on the unique experiences she has never felt before. A warm, comforting sensation spreads through Thiel as she tightly holds Ian's hand while they walk together. Walking beside the crown prince, the silver-haired girl wonders if they will ever have the chance to meet again. Ornate red curtains frame the grand castle interior, reflecting the high status and wealth of the Asterian family. Ian bluntly tells the nervous girl to sit, while Thiel hesitantly insists she is fine standing in their presence. With a swift motion, Ian picks Thiel up and seats her, explaining that standing would only make her look strange. Thiel sits frozen on the large blue sofa, blinking in surprise at the boy's sudden and direct actions. A maid arrives with a cart laden with exquisite desserts, a dazzling sight that leaves the young girl stunned. Towering trays of sweets and cakes sparkle, marking a stark contrast to the meager scraps Thiel once ate. The young girl gasps in shock, overwhelmed by the incredible abundance of food placed right before her eyes. Ian urges her to eat, privately noting that she previously refused all food except for her own dry bread. Thiel hesitates, worrying that accepting such a feast will make her appear shameless to her new benefactors. Taking initiative, Ian feeds her a bite of the sweet treat, prompting a startled reaction from the silver-haired girl. A wave of joy washes over Thiel as the delicious flavors explode, filling her with a wonderful, sugary shimmer. While Thiel happily chews, heavy footsteps sound as the atmosphere in the room shifts to one of sudden tension. The door swings open as a tall, black-haired man in a decorated uniform enters, radiating an aura of power. Cedric identifies the newcomer as Marquis Celeste, causing Thiel to jump up in a state of visible alarm. Thiel gazes at her father, Marquis Carthus Asterian, whose striking appearance leaves her breathless and filled with anxiety. Memories of her grandfather's cruel words resurface, painting her father as an arrogant man and a fool. Terrified, Thiel recalls the warning that her father would try to kill her the moment they finally met. The black-haired Marquis stands tall before the trembling child, who bows her head in fear of his reaction. Looking down at the small girl, Karthus speaks a single word, his expression unreadable as he observes her. The Marquis's sharp golden eyes soften as he gazes at his daughter, his composed facade beginning to crumble. Looking at his stern face, Thiel thinks he seems angry and desperately wonders if she should beg for her life. Remembering the kindness of Ian and Cedric, the silver-haired girl determines she cannot simply give up her escape. Thiel clenches her small hands tightly, gathering every ounce of courage for the life-changing confrontation ahead. A spark of resolve flickers within her as she realizes she must take action to secure her future. Stepping forward, Thiel reveals that her mother's name was Lena Nestian, shocking the powerful man standing before her. With trembling hands, the young girl presents a golden locket, a precious relic from her mother's hidden past. Karthus stares at the object in absolute disbelief, instantly recognizing the locket that once belonged to his beloved Lena. The Marquis holds the open locket, revealing a portrait of Lena as Thiel watches him with hopeful, wide eyes. Desperate to stay, Thiel offers to live in a warehouse or barn if it means remaining at the castle. Ian and Cedric watch in silence as the girl begs to live, as if she doesn't even exist. Tears well up as Thiel pleads her case, her small frame shaking with the weight of her desperation. The black-haired man repeats her words in shock, his heart breaking at the thought of her living in squalor. Fury boils within Karthus as he realizes the horrific treatment his daughter endured at the hands of the Nestians. As the Marquis reaches out a hand, Thiel flinches, her past trauma making her fear a physical blow. Karthus asks Thiel to excuse herself temporarily so he can discuss the situation's details with his royal guests. He instructs a maid to provide the frightened child with a warm meal and a place to rest properly. The kind-faced maid beckons Thiel to follow, though the young girl hesitates, still feeling uncertain of her fate. Left alone for a moment, the Marquis stands in a contemplative silence, his eyes shadowed by deep, painful reflection. The scene shifts to the quiet guest room, illuminated by soft light through the tall, elegant windows. Sitting alone at a massive table, Thiel worries that she hasn't yet received formal permission to stay. Clutching her meager coins, the girl sadly considers selling her first gift from Ian to survive on her own. A sudden rattle sounds as the maid enters with more snacks, surprising Thiel out of her dark, lonely thoughts. Tears finally fall from the young girl's golden eyes as the reality of her uncertain situation becomes too much. The kind maid asks if anything is wrong, but the silver-haired girl quickly declines a return to her father. Smiling warmly, the maid encourages the young child to eat and gain strength, while the adults conclude their meeting. Gazing at the lavish spread, Thiel worries she might never taste warm food again if she is cast out. Determined to stay full for days, the silver-haired girl ravenously eats a roll, stuffing herself with desperate, wide eyes. Within the ornate halls, the narration reflects on the girl's frantic flight to find her father and reach safety. Covering his eyes in grief, Marquis Karthus Asterion agonizes over the horrific life his daughter endured at the Nestian house. Cedric recalls how the young girl was constantly on edge, even refusing the meals they carefully prepared for her travel. Ian notes the scars covering the girl's body, disgusted by the Nestian family's cruel labels and pathetic, hollow excuses. As Karthus wonders about the child's hidden suffering, Ian offers a dark guess regarding the true nature of her ordeal. Ancient history details the rivalry between the Snow Leopard Nestian and Black Leopard Asterian families for clan leadership. After 6 generations of Asterian dominance, the Nestian family's power withered until they were merely a shadow of nobility. Amidst their decline, Lena Nestian was born as the family's sole hope, possessing power that far eclipsed the Asterian line. Lena rejected her family's ambitions, choosing instead to marry Karthus, a decision that eventually left her family without an heir. With Cornelia lacking the qualities for leadership, the Nestian family faced the total loss of their status to the Asterians. Karthus realizes the Nestians hidden Thiel away, hoping the girl would inherit her mother's immense power for their gain. A dark void emphasizes the tragedy of a small child being treated as a mere tool in adult political struggles. Suddenly, a frantic maid rushes into the room, gasping that something has happened to the young lady they brought. Karthus stands abruptly with wide, fearful eyes, demanding to know if something terrible has happened to his daughter. A loud, echoing bang sounds as Karthus bursts into the dining room, frantically calling out Thiel's name in a panic. Spilled soup stains the table as a small, trembling voice whispers a heart-wrenching apology for the accidental mess. Sobbing uncontrollably, the silver-haired girl clings to the maid and begs for forgiveness for her perceived mistake. Overcome with worry, Karthus orders the maid to tend to the child, while demanding a physician arrive immediately. The maid carries the exhausted, sleeping girl away as Karthus stares at his hand, shaken by his daughter's trauma. Left alone in the quiet room, the Marquis stands in somber silence, his back turned to the lingering mess. Thiel sleeps fitfully in the grand bed as the physician explains her stomach couldn't handle the sudden, hurried feast. Watching over the child, the maid wonders what horrific experiences could have left a young girl so constantly terrified. Karthus stands by the bedside with a heavy heart, asking the family physician for an update on the child's condition. Cade, the family physician, confirms Thiel is severely malnourished, but explains that sudden sleep is common for exhausted beastfolk. A soft, muffled creak sounds as Karthus tightly clenches the bedsheet, his knuckles white with suppressed rage and sorrow. Sitting beside his sleeping daughter, the Marquis regrets that he still hasn't told her she is finally home. Gazing at the peaceful, silver-haired girl, Karthus resolves that she will never have to worry again in her new home. Adjusting his monocle, Cedric asks if a formal paternity test will be conducted to satisfy the family's official requirements. Karthus confirms the necessity of the test, needing absolute proof to formally register the child into the Asterian records. A sharp, rhythmic snip sounds as the Marquis carefully cuts a small lock of silver hair for the upcoming test. Handing the sample to his butler, Karthus notes the temple already possesses his own records for an immediate comparison. Gently stroking his daughter's hair, the black-haired man reflects on the hope he never abandoned through years of searching. With a quiet, careful motion, the Marquis stands to leave the room, ensuring his daughter's rest remains completely undisturbed. Cedric notes their schedule has been delayed, though Ian's thoughts remain focused on the small girl resting nearby. Looking back with a somber expression, the blonde crown prince feels a pang of regret for missing a proper goodbye. Soft flowers frame the sleeping child as Ian's silent promise to meet her again echoes through the quiet air. Heavy footsteps sound as a mustached man urgently approaches, demanding to know where the child has been taken.
Alpheus Ewald Asterian, the Duke and leader of the Leopard clan, is formally introduced as he enters the hall.
A glowing crest marks the Duke as the unshakable pillar of the empire, a man known for his unwavering dignity. Completely losing his composure, Alpheus ignores his appointments, declaring that his supposedly dead granddaughter's return is all that matters. A quick, frantic pitter-patter sounds as the Duke rushes toward Karthus, desperate for confirmation that the child is Lena's. Karthus explains that the child's golden eyes and snow leopard traits make her identity nearly certain, despite the pending test. Demanding to see her immediately, the Duke listens as Karthus directs him to the room where Thiel is currently resting. A soft click sounds as Alpheus carefully enters the guest room, following the instruction to watch her quietly. Looking down at the sleeping girl, the Duke's eyes fill with tears, grieving for the years he never knew she existed. Stepping back into the hallway, Alpheus asks his son why the Nestians would hide the child's birth from them. Karthus contemplates the Nestians' cruelty, realizing they only kept his daughter because of her mother's legendary legacy. Narrative reflections detailed the girl's past hardships and her first meeting with the Crown Prince during her journey. Dark memories resurface, filled with harsh insults regarding the young girl's lack of manifested abilities and her mother's death. The young Thiel trembles and begs for forgiveness as a giant, terrifying hand looms over her in a nightmare. A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as the silver-haired girl wakes up in her grand bed, heart racing with fear. Looking up at the ornate chandelier, Thiel realizes she is staring at a strange, unfamiliar ceiling in a new place. Sitting up, Thiel remembers she is at the Asterian estate and marvels at being allowed such a luxury. Whispering voices drift from behind the bedroom. Thiel tiptoes across the room toward the door, her curiosity piqued by the sound of people talking late at night. Her heart stops as she hears a voice demand that this brat needs to be killed right now. Terrified, the silver-haired girl recalls her grandfather's warnings and fears the maid's kindness was merely a deceptive trap. Surrounded by swirling, dark thoughts, Thiel concludes that everyone in this family truly hates her and wants her gone. The looming shadows of her father and his men intensify her panic, convincing her that flight is her only option. Night falls over the grand Asterian castle, the quiet exterior hiding the frantic fear growing within its walls. Transformed into a small white snow leopard, Thiel slips out of her room, desperate to escape her perceived enemies. Scurrying through the dark hallways, the small leopard cub repeats her desperate plea not to be killed again. Wearing a dark robe, Karthus reacts with shock and immediate alarm upon hearing that his daughter has vanished. Summoning a bright flame, the Marquis commands a fire spirit named Salamander to find the missing white-haired girl. Two small, glowing fire spirits dash across the carpeted hallway, beginning their urgent search for the frightened child. Karthus's expression is filled with deep worry as he wonders where his little one could have gone so suddenly. Clenching his fist, the black-haired man regrets that he didn't speak to her properly before her fear took over. A new day begins at the Asterian estate as the search for the missing young lady continues in earnest. The fire spirits communicate their discovery, leading the Marquis toward the dark basement where the child is hiding. A quiet, somber atmosphere fills the underground halls as Karthus approaches the location identified by his fire spirits. Holding a lantern, the Marquis enters the dark cellar and spots the small, silver-haired girl huddled in the corner. Sobbing uncontrollably, Thiel begs her grandfather not to kill her, offering to return to the Nestians' cruel home. Karthus calls out to the trembling child, but she remains buried in her trauma, apologizing for her very existence. Looking at her with pained golden eyes, Karthus listens as Thiel laments her lack of a special magical ability. Karthus gently explains that her presence alone is enough, but his approach causes the terrified girl to flinch away. Thiel screams in terror as Karthus urgently calls her name, her fear reaching a breaking point in the darkness. A sudden, bright glow begins to emanate from the crates near the cornered girl, shifting the atmosphere of the room. Radiant light surrounds Thiel as small, glowing white spirits appear, responding to her overwhelming desperation and subconscious plea. A massive burst of golden energy explodes from the girl, catching a shocked Karthus completely off guard. Staring in absolute disbelief, the Marquis realizes that his daughter has finally manifested her mother's incredible hidden power. Exhausted by the massive surge of magic, Thiel collapses onto the cellar floor as her father frantically calls her name. A soft, sleepy sounds as Thiel's golden eye flutters open, marking her return to consciousness after the ordeal. A gentle, smiling Karthus leans over his daughter, his previous sternness replaced by a look of profound relief. Bewildered, the silver-haired girl wonders why her father is by her side if he supposedly dislikes her so much. Thiel recalls the warm words she heard in the basement, wondering if the kind voice was real or just a dream. Karthus apologizes for waking her, encouraging her to finish her meal and gain strength for her recovery. He formally introduces Cade, the family physician of Asterion, who bows respectfully to the young girl in the bed. Sitting up suddenly, Thiel is confused as to why a high-ranking physician would be assigned to care for her. A flashback reveals a cold physician ignoring the young girl's injuries, reflecting the horrific treatment she endured at Nestion. Thiel voices her concern, noting she hasn't received the family name and shouldn't receive such high-quality medical treatment. Karthus looks at her with a somber, steady gaze, his heart breaking at her internalized sense of worthlessness. He asks the silver-haired girl to confirm the color of her eyes, which she timidly admits are golden. Karthus declares that her golden eyes are absolute proof of her identity as his daughter and a true Asterion. He asserts that her presence alone grants her total authority within the mansion, leaving the young girl speechless. A spark of hope shines in Thiel's golden eyes as she realizes she might finally have a real home. Karthus watches her with a subtle, satisfied smile, relieved to see his daughter finally beginning to feel secure. Reassuring words confirm that the silver-haired girl will never have to endure the squalor of a warehouse again. Extending his hand, Karthus promises his daughter she can finally live in peace within the safety of his home. Overwhelmed by the sudden kindness, Thiel covers her mouth as tears of relief and disbelief blur her golden eyes. Seeking to prioritize her recovery, the Marquis instructs Cade to conclude her initial medical treatment as swiftly as possible. While eating, Thiel recalls the terrifying voices she heard earlier, fearing the threat of being killed still lingers nearby. As a blonde maid approaches with a cart, Thiel tries to calm her nerves by trusting her father's words. With a bright, cheerful smile, the maid presents a special dessert, prepared specifically by the chef for the child. A chaotic kitchen frenzy is revealed as the staff works tirelessly to nourish their long-lost, malnourished young lady. A quick, smooth motion guides a spoonful of sweet pudding toward Thiel, promising a taste of genuine comfort. Delighted sparkles surround the silver. Glancing at the ornate decor, Thiel timidly questions if she is truly allowed to remain in such a grand place. The blonde maid offers warm reassurance, promising the young girl that she will find true happiness in the mansion. Thiel looks up hopefully, asking if she can continue to stay with the kind maid who has been so gentle. Formally introducing herself, the maid reveals her name is Ria, establishing a new bond with the young lady. Ria explains her temporary role, causing Thiel to worry about the inevitable moment they might have to part ways. With a playful wink, Ria shares the secret that she has already applied to become Thiel's permanent personal maid. Thiel's eyes light up with joy as Ria promises to remain by her side through everything that lies ahead. A radiant smile breaks across the silver-haired girl's face, her heart filling with the warmth of newfound companionship. Reflecting on the kindness surrounding her, the young child finally feels a sense of pure, unadulterated happiness. Rhea mentions that a new room is being prepared, though Thiel is already amazed by the beauty of her surroundings. Looking around the spacious guest room, the girl wonders how anything could possibly be more beautiful than her current home. In another room, the Duke grumbles to his son about being kept away from his grandchild's long-awaited arrival. Alpheus expresses comical jealousy, frustrated that Carthus enjoyed the first proper conversation with the silver-haired girl. His expression grows serious as he asks for specific details regarding the child's recent and sudden manifestation. Carthus confirms the news, discussing the shocking timing of the girl's latent abilities finally awakening after so many years. He clarifies that her magic belongs to neither the ice nor the flame, deepening the mystery of her lineage. A radiant golden crest illuminates the room, signaling the official return of the legendary power of light. Alpheus is staggered by the revelation, demanding to know if Carthus witnessed the impossible event with his own eyes. Holding his head in shock, the Duke realizes that the ancient, forgotten legends might finally be coming true. Sacred imagery details the prophecy of Lizette, the goddess whose chosen child will eventually banish the eternal darkness. Dusty library archives suggest the legend was so ancient that most had dismissed it as a mere fairy tale. Alpheus reflects on the weight of the situation, realizing his granddaughter is the living embodiment of a world-shattering myth. He warns that if this secret leaks, both the imperial family and the temple will stop at nothing to claim her. Carthus remains unshakable, asserting that no power would dare challenge the Asterian name to steal his daughter away. The Duke's worry persists as he considers a hidden legend known only to the leaders of the great Leopard tribes. An ancient scroll foretells a future where the Asterian and Nestian families regain their true strength alongside the light. Glowing patterns surround the Asterian crest, emphasizing the deep connection between the family and the newly manifested power. A rhythmic, steady tap sounds as the Duke walks away, pondering if the child can truly break their curse. Dark visions of suffering haunt the Duke's thoughts as he considers the potential of lifting the long-standing Asterian curse. Carthus dismisses the legends, insisting that Thiel is just his daughter and shouldn't be defined by ancient prophecies. Firmly protecting her childhood, the black-haired man refuses to let any legendary burden weigh down his young daughter. Letting out a heavy sigh, Alpheus admits his son is right, and that the girl's well-being comes first. A final contemplative thought emphasizes that the child's happiness is the most important objective for the Asterian family. A week passes, and a lavish table is set with an assortment of colorful cakes and fragrant tea. Dressed in formal attire, Carthus warmly asks Thiel if everything in the mansion is to her liking. Looking across the massive sofa, Carthus notices his daughter sitting far away and wonders about her lingering shyness. He invites her to sit closer, but Thiel timidly insists she is fine, still adjusting to her father's presence. A sudden, powerful lift sounds as Carthus scoops up the silver-haired girl, catching her completely by surprise. Gently placing her right beside him, the black-haired man takes a direct approach to closing the distance between them. Thiel gazes out thoughtfully as she adjusts to the quiet luxury of her new life in the Asterian mansion. The silver-haired girl smiles brightly, her guard quickly falling away after a simple, warm gesture of kindness. Carthus reflects on how easily she smiles, lamenting the years of happiness stolen from her by the cruel Nestians. Bitter thoughts of her stolen childhood linger over a vision of the cold, imposing castle nestled in the snow. A clink sounds as Karthus sets down his tea, gently bringing up the events of the day she arrived. Looking down, Thiel timidly admits she only vaguely remembers the radiant golden light that erupted in the dark cellar. The young girl is stunned to learn that the incredible light was actually her own hidden power manifesting. A brilliant golden crest radiates divine energy, representing the special power that drives away the world's darkness. Sacred light surrounds a figure of grace, symbolizing the girl's status as the most precious being in the empire. Speechless and confused, Thiel points to herself, unable to believe she could possess such a legendary and valued power. Spirits of light swim in the air as Thiel reflects on her past and realizes Karthus has no reason to lie. Fidgeting, the silver-haired girl calls out to Karthus, who responds with a gentle and attentive gaze. Thiel hesitates, her past traumas making it difficult for her to fully accept her father's warmth and support. Standing tall, Karthus declares she is a rightful Asterian and never needs to prove her usefulness to the family. A wave of deep emotion washes over Thiel as she finally hears the words of validation she has always craved. Sniffling quietly, the young girl wipes a stray tear from her eye, overwhelmed by her father's unwavering acceptance. Karthus firmly rejects her grandfather's harsh ideas, stating a family that relies on children's help should simply disappear. He encourages Thiel to ignore the past and simply do whatever she wants while living safely in his home. The black-haired man clarifies that he shared the secret of her power out of love, not expectation. A soft rustle sounds as Karthus reaches out to pet his daughter's head with a protective and caring hand. With a warm, rare smile, Karthus tells her that her only job is to eat well and play. Beaming with newfound joy, the silver-haired girl enthusiastically agrees to listen to her father and call him Karthus.
Bang! A lavender-haired man slams his desk in a rage, furious that the child hasn't been found in a week.
He orders a frantic search of the estate, convinced the half-breed couldn't have survived the cold for long. The man scoffs, certain the girl is already dead from the biting cold of the snowy plains. Dark thoughts plague him as he considers the danger if the Asterians ever discovered the child was still alive. Turning away, he mutters about the wretched thing vanishing without a trace, just like her mother once did. Staring out the window at the falling snow, he hopes the child has already perished quietly in the wilderness. He coldly instructs his butler to ensure the girl's body is brought back if she is found dead. Looking out at the storm, he adds a final, sinister command to bring her back dead, regardless of her condition. Back at the mansion, a transformed Thiel in a green dress gasps at the beauty of her new bedroom. She timidly tells the butler, Ferdin, that the grand room feels far too much for someone like her. Ferdin offers a kind smile, clearly touched by the young lady's humble and polite nature. He reassures her that as the owner of the mansion, nothing within its walls could ever be too much. Bowing respectfully, the butler tells Thiel she should never hesitate to ask the staff for anything she desires. Thump, thump. Heart beats fast as she struggles to process the idea of being the mansion's master. Looking at her hands, she is dazed by her sudden transition from a warehouse prisoner to a respected owner. Ferdin mentions that both Karthus and the head of the house have prepared many gifts for her. He clarifies that the head of the house is her grandfather, Lord Alpheus, catching her completely off guard. Terror strikes Thiel as she recalls the frightening voice she heard while hiding in the dark cellar.
Trembling, she asks the butler if her grandfather truly dislikes her as much as she initially feared.
Ferdin notes her fear of the elderly and warmly reassures her that her grandfather actually cares for her deeply. He explains her grandfather is away, but will meet her soon, though Thiel remains visibly anxious about the encounter.
Clenching her dress, the silver-haired girl is haunted by the memory of the voice that threatened her life. Creak! A door opens as a man with a mustache and dark hair invites the nervous child inside.
The man explains he wants to clear up the misunderstanding regarding his true feelings toward his granddaughter. He looks concerned as he notices Thiel shrinking away from him in absolute trembling terror. Tears well up as Thiel shudders, specifically recalling the terrifying word kill from her grandfather's earlier conversation. A bewildered chibi Alpheus is left in a state of comical confusion, wondering why the child thinks he'd kill her. Karthus panics inwardly, worrying that Thiel might have heard his previous threat to kill her other grandfather.
Karthus shouts that it is all a misunderstanding, while the silver-haired girl runs away with a soft gasp.
A sudden, quiet rustle sounds as the black-haired man drops down to one knee on the wooden floor. Kneeling before the child, Karthus explains his anger was toward her maternal grandfather and begs for her forgiveness. Thiel looks up tearfully, finding comfort as the man admits how much he has truly missed her presence. Karthus explains that the father's protective nature caused the initial distance and misunderstandings between the family members. Expressing his jealousy over her dinner from the previous night, the mustached man watches Thiel's surprised and curious reaction.
A sudden, soft giggle sounds as the silver-haired girl covers her mouth, her eyes crinkling with pure amusement.
Karthus softens his gaze, looking at his granddaughter with deep affection and a newfound sense of sincerity.
Thiel bashfully thanks her paternal grandfather for providing such a beautiful and grand room for her to stay in.
The man's heart glows with warmth as Thiel finally addresses him as her grandfather for the first time. A sudden rattle sounds as a blonde maid wheels in a massive stack of colorful, ribboned gift boxes. Karthus presents a pink gift box to Thiel, who looks at the offering with wide, curious, and excited eyes.
A sudden, quick click sounds as Thiel begins to open the specially prepared gift intended just for her.
Beaming with joy, Thiel holds a fluffy Black Panther doll that shares her own bright golden eye color.
Karthus asks if she likes the doll, and Thiel enthusiastically declares her absolute love for the soft gift.
He smiles warmly, remembering how her brothers also loved similar panther dolls when they were very young. While Thiel clutches her new toy, the man and blonde maid discuss her brothers, Ferdy and Ludian. A sudden rustle sounds as the man shows Thiel a framed family portrait featuring her two older brothers. Thiel clutches her doll, feeling a wave of nervous anticipation about finally meeting her brothers in the mansion. Fear clouds the girl's thoughts as she worries her brothers might blame her for their mother's tragic death. Looking at the silhouettes of her brothers, Thiel realizes they must miss their mother just as she misses hers. A sudden, quiet pause sounds as Karthus notices Thiel's somber expression and asks what is troubling her. Sensing her exhaustion, the man tells Thiel to go rest while the many gifts are moved to her room. Thiel smiles warmly and thanks her grandfather once more before following the maid out of the grand room. A sudden, happy sigh sounds as Karthus blushes with overwhelming joy at being called Grandpa by the child. As the sun sets behind the grand palace windows, Karthus decides it is time to send an important letter. Karthus speaks sternly, noting that strict procedures are required to ensure Thiel is never taken away from them. Reflecting on her past, the man laments how much Thiel must have suffered under Xander's oppressive treatment. Looking thoughtful, the black-haired man notes that Thiel's self-esteem is tragically low after her long ordeal.
A sudden, sharp grip sounds as Karthus clenches his fist, vowing to make those responsible pay for their sins. An ornate, dark frame declares that the time has finally come for Nestian to face justice for his actions. A sudden, cold wind blows past a massive stone castle nestled among high, snow-covered mountains. A sudden, heavy thud sounds as the silver-haired Xander reacts in shock to news of blocked trade routes. Xander clutches his head in desperation, realizing that Asterion has completely severed their vital land export paths. A dark void emphasizes the dire situation. Nestian's remote location makes it entirely dependent on Asterion for transit. The narrative reveals that Xander had been embezzling supplies provided by Asterion to maintain his family's personal finances. Panic sets in as Xander wonders if Alpheus has discovered the full extent of his long-term financial corruption. A sudden rustle sounds as a hand presents a formal black letter sealed with a golden wax crest. A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Xander begins to read the contents of the ominous message with dread. The letter formally announces that Asterion has assumed sole custody of Teal, leaving Xander completely powerless and defeated. A sudden gasp sounds as Xander realizes Teal has already arrived in Asterion despite the massive travel distance. Images of Teal's escape haunt Xander as he struggles to believe she reached the palace in mere days. Surrounded by a cold, dark aura, Xander stands paralyzed by the sudden collapse of his authority and wealth. A small, cheerful mascot girl appears against a dark, vertical striped background to conclude the current scene. A sudden, sharp crumple sounds as Xander crushes the letter, deducing the path Teal took to reach Asterion. Xander berates his bowing aide, fearing the Emperor's reaction if the news of their negligence reaches the throne. Pointing aggressively, Xander demands the immediate firing and punishment of the nanny, Zyra, and all responsible maids. Teal bursts through the doors in a purple dress, pleading for her grandfather to stop the cruel punishment. Lord Alpheus realizes his granddaughter overheard his earlier threats, but his attempt to delay the conversation only causes Teal to scream in protest. Releasing a thunderous shout, the silver-haired Duke insists they talk later, further terrifying the small, trembling girl. A sudden gasp escapes Teal as her wide, blue eye reflects her growing terror of her grandfather. Declaring her hatred for the Duke, the silver-haired girl runs away as a servant calls out in shock. A rhythmic, rapid tap of footsteps fades as the exhausted Duke rubs his forehead, sighing over the deepening misunderstanding. Later, Teal manipulates glowing light spirits in her room, frustrated that her powers won't grow as fast as she wishes. She looks down dejectedly, wondering why she lacks the effortless control her older brothers seem to possess. The young girl shakes her head, deciding to be patient as she recalls her father's reassuring words about her potential. Creak! A smiling maid opens the door, warmly inviting the young lady to join the family for a meal. Teal hops off her bed, her apprehension growing as she prepares for the formal family dinner. The scene shifts to a grand, sun-drenched hallway leading to the Asterion family's massive dining chamber. Thump, thump. Heart races as she follows the maid, dreading the first time she will meet her older brothers. A lavish table is set where Karthus and the Duke wait alongside two young, black-haired boys. Radiant light surrounds a nervous Teal as she realizes the monumental weight of meeting her siblings today. Karthus gestures warmly toward an empty chair, inviting his daughter to join them for the meal. Sitting stiffly, Teal looks across the table at her silent brothers, feeling small in the presence of her new family. The longer-haired boy, Ferdy Asterion, offers a polite greeting, welcoming his new little sister to the table. With a small, shaky voice, Teal introduces herself, though she remains visibly overwhelmed by the situation.
Rudian Asterion crosses his arms and stares, looking skeptical and cold toward the silver-haired newcomer. Ferdy immediately scolds his twin, warning Rudian to watch his tongue and show their sister some respect.
An image of a graceful, silver-haired woman appears, illustrating the rare inheritance of traits from both parents.
Rudian scoffs, pointing out her strange combination of silver hair and golden eyes with a mocking smirk.
Memories of being called a hybrid haunt Thiel as she shrinks back, reminded of her painful past.
Karthus intervenes with a firm tone, commanding Rudian to refrain from making unnecessary and hurtful comments. Protecting his daughter, the black-haired man instructs the twins to keep their distance until Thiel feels more comfortable. Ferdy quickly agrees while Rudian stammers out a confused response to their father's strict order. Looking serious, Ferdy warns his brother once more not to act frivolously around their new sibling.
A sharp retort escapes Rudian as he grows angry, but the tension is cut by the start of the meal.
Ferdy introduces himself and his twin brother, Rudian, officially welcoming Thiel as their sister.
Beaming with a warm smile, Ferdy expresses his joy at finally having a sister to take to festivals. Thiel's eyes sparkle with newfound happiness as she enthusiastically asks her brothers to take care of her.
Karthus explains that the academy has been notified so the brothers can stay home and bond with her. Eating quietly, Rudian reflects on his previous claims that having a younger sibling would be a complete nuisance. After dinner, the twins walk down the hall as Rudian continues to grumble about having a younger sister. Ferdy ignores his brother's complaints, walking ahead while Rudian shouts in frustration at being dismissed. A rare, genuine smile appears on Ferdy's face as he tells his brother to stop grumbling and be kind. Rudian pouts, insisting he will treat her well, despite his lingering skepticism about her sudden arrival. Narrative thoughts highlight Thiel's perfectly blended appearance and frail figure, which seems designed to evoke sympathy. Suspicion lingers as the narrator wonders why no one else questions the girl's convenient arrival and powers.
Dark energy swirls around a pained figure, illustrating the ancient Leopard clan curse of madness and insanity.
A vision of a child standing amidst flames represents the extreme madness Thiel was supposedly born with.
A brilliant golden seal radiates energy, symbolizing the legendary power that could finally break the family curse.
Looking down with a cold, knowing smirk, Ferdy dismisses the idea of her erasing the curse as impossible. He watches Thiel smile, convinced she is merely a clever deceiver wearing a harmless mask to fool the family. Determined not to be taken in, Ferdy walks away, his eyes glowing with a sharp, distrustful intensity. Thiel sits in the sunny garden later, admiring the turntable table her grandfather made specifically for her. The blonde maid notices Thiel's distant gaze and asks if there is anything bothering the young lady. Thiel quickly dismisses her worries, though she looks hesitant as the maid encourages her to speak freely.
The young girl's thoughts drift back to her older brothers, her golden eyes reflecting her inner turmoil.
Thiel wonders why they are acting so strange, unaware that Ferdy and Rudian are currently peeking at her from the bushes. In the rose garden, Rudian worries they were caught, while Ferdy blames him for being too obvious. Thiel spots the black-haired twins peeking from behind a hallway corner, confirming her suspicions of their presence. She recalls seeing their curious faces staring through her second-floor window earlier that morning with surprise. The blonde maid notices Thiel's distant expression and asks if she has done something to upset her. Reassuring her, the maid explains the young masters find her adorable, despite their father's order to keep distance. Thiel remembers meeting Ferdy by the piano. He was polite, yet his golden eyes held a wary intensity. She reflects on his initial kindness, comparing it to the cold, suspicious gaze she knows all too well. "Tack-tack,
A sudden, quick tapping sound echoes as a red-haired maid runs across the garden path.
The two maids whisper urgently to one another as the blonde maid reacts with visible shock and surprise. The maid informs a confused Thiel that a guest has arrived at the mansion specifically to see her.
Thump, thump. Thiel's heart races with excitement, realizing the person who saved her has finally come to visit.
Seeing her hesitation, the maid kindly reminds Thiel she is free to decline the guest if she wishes.
Thiel insists on the meeting, determined to properly thank the person who rescued her from the cold wilderness.
Clatter! A loud noise erupts as the twins tumble out from their hiding spot behind the rose bushes. The blonde maid's sweat drops as she points out the brothers hiding conspicuously behind a garden notice board. Ferdy and Rudian emerge from the flowers, looking annoyed that Prince Eandros has arrived to see their sister. Rudian complains about their restricted access, while Ferdy questions the unfairness of the prince's sudden, unannounced visit. The maid smiles nervously as Ferdy calls the crown prince a rascal, worried for the young girl's safety. Ferdy argues that Thiel is too young for royal guests and suggests sending him back home immediately. Thiel reacts with a start as Ferdy suddenly reaches out and grabs her hand with protective urgency. Recognizing a familiar voice, Thiel looks up in surprise as the blonde boy approaches the garden table.
Prince Ian, the blonde-haired boy in a royal uniform, makes a grand and unannounced entrance into the garden.
Ferdy questions the crown prince's sudden presence, noting he arrived at the estate without any prior notice.
Ian explains that the maid he sent failed to report back, justifying his personal visit to the mansion.
Rudian complains that Thiel is very shy, and they haven't even had a proper chance to talk yet. Ferdy agrees, noting the visit is too sudden while his sister is still adjusting to her new home.
Ian crosses his arms defiantly, questioning if this cold reception is how the Asterians treat their benefactor.
Ferdy retorts that while they value benefactors, protecting his younger sister remains his absolute top priority. Ferdy's expression turns troubled as he internally wonders why he is so fiercely protective of this girl. He looks at the small child, convinced she is far too fragile to be left alone with Ian. Thiel nervously clasps her hands together, preparing to address her older brothers with a polite request. Looking up earnestly, Thiel asks her brothers if she can speak with Ian for just a brief moment.
Thump thump.
The twins are visibly struck by their sister's adorable appearance and polite, pleading eyes. Ferdy relents as Ian snaps back, annoyed by being treated like a predator despite bringing a gift. Grasp! Thiel suddenly reaches out and takes Ferdy's hand, surprising the black-haired boy with her touch. The silver-haired girl sweetly asks Ferdy if he would be willing to come along and meet the guest. Ferdy's face flushes as he looks completely stunned by Thiel's unexpected invitation to accompany her. Thiel suggests Rudian join them too, but Ferdy quickly claims Rudian has chores so he can go alone. Rudian shouts in a rage, demanding to know what chores Ferdy is inventing just to exclude him. The brothers bicker as the maid laughs, while Ian watches the competitive twins with a cold gaze. Beaming with pure joy, the silver-haired girl sparkles with happiness as she prepares to meet her guest. As they walk, Ferdy follows Thiel while internally insisting he is only doing this to protect her. Rudian watches them leave with a look of utter betrayal, realizing his brother is playing dirty for favor. Ferdy fusses over Thiel, while Rudian watches dejectedly, wondering if they are both falling for her charms. The scene shifts to the interior of the mansion, showcasing a grand room adorned with elegant paintings. Seen from above, Thiel sits between Ian and Ferdy on luxurious red sofas for a formal tea.
Ian smiles warmly at Thiel, expressing his relief that she is recovering well after their snowy encounter. Snap! With a sharp sound of his fingers, the crown prince prepares to reveal his special surprise.
A group of maids enters the room, wheeling in racks of beautiful, colorful dresses as royal gifts.
Theo gasps in amazement, completely overwhelmed by the lavish and thoughtful presents the prince brought for her. Theo gasps in awe as she beholds a magnificent, frilly pink dress adorned with delicate floral patterns. The room fills with color as even more stunning yellow and green dresses are revealed to the girl. Ferdy narrows his golden eyes, looking intensely skeptical as he watches his sister's reaction to the royal gifts. Crossing his arms, Ferdy coolly thanks the prince, while reminding him the Asterians provide for their own. Ian lounges back, mocking the Asterians for allowing Theo to wear ill-fitting clothes in the past. Crackle. Tension erupts like lightning between the two boys as a trembling Theo fears a fight is brewing. Hurrying to the racks, the silver-haired girl decides she must intervene before things escalate further between them. Theo taps her chin thoughtfully, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of beautiful outfits to choose from. Dalgrak. Selecting a dress, she picks a charming pink one she deems the most tasteful of the collection. With a sweet smile, Theo thanks Ian and announces she will accept just this single, lovely gift. Ian leans forward, his expression shifting as he questions if she is truly satisfied with only one dress. Surprise! Theo's golden eyes widen as she realizes her modest choice might not have been what Ian expected. Ferdy is visibly annoyed, insisting that his sister shouldn't feel pressured to accept everything from an outsider. Looking slightly dejected, Ian admits he simply wanted to make up for the single dress he gave her previously. Thump, thump. Theo's is deeply touched, reflecting on the fact that this is her first real gift. A vision of a beautiful yellow gown appears, representing the precious treasure she plans to keep forever. Ferdy sighs and looks away, advising Theo to grow accustomed to being showered with lavish presents now. He describes a future where chests of jewels and toys will arrive once her identity is officially announced. Ian turns to Ferdy with a smirk, clarifying that these gifts are a personal gesture, not an imperial one. The black-haired boy retorts sharply, unimpressed by the prince's attempt to gain favor with his new sister. Ian's gaze turns cold and serious, expressing his disappointment with the cold reception his personal gifts received. Theo stands between them, begging the boys not to fight, as a metaphorical fire rages behind her. Grasp! Ian suddenly reaches out, his hand firmly taking hold of Theo's purple sleeve in a bold move. Ian pulls the startled girl toward him, muttering that he should have taken her with him from the start. Looking down at her, the blonde boy warns Theo that her brothers might be a terrible influence. Ferdy stands his ground, questioning the prince's haste when the official paternity test results are still unknown. The mention of the test causes Theo to spiral into doubt, fearing she might not truly belong here. Ian notices the sudden change in her mood, his blue eyes softening with a flicker of concern. He asks if she is feeling anxious, sensing the inner turmoil of the small, silver-haired child. Amidst a background of flowers, Ian offers a reassuring presence as Theo remains lost in her thoughts. Shocked, both Ferdy and Theo react with surprise as Ian's intentions to keep her close become clear. Ian speaks of the golden eye trait, hinting at a connection that goes deeper than simple family ties. Ferdy pulls her close, firmly instructing Theo to say no if anyone ever tries to take her away. Paching! He drills the lesson into her, emphasizing that she must only trust those within their family. Quick! Demanding immediate practice, Ferdy tells his little sister to look at him and say the word. Theo shyly practices her refusal, her voice small as she tries to satisfy her brother's protective demand. Exasperated, Ian rubs his forehead and groans at the brother's ridiculous and overbearing possessiveness toward the girl. He turns to leave, reminding them of his royal status and warning against treating him so disrespectfully. Ferdy watches the prince's back, a knowing and smug smile playing on his lips as he stands firm. Thiel rushes toward Ian as he departs, unwilling to let their meeting end on such a tense note. She feels a wave of sadness, her heart longing to see the boy who saved her once again. A close-up reveals Ian's striking blue eye, shimmering with an unsaid promise as he prepares to leave. Ian gallantly takes her hand and kisses it, telling the blushing girl to wait for his inevitable return.
He promises that during their next encounter, he will bring a gift far more grand than these dresses.
Thiel is left spinning in a daze of confusion and excitement, while Ferdy fuming in the background. Tok runs into the hall, urgently asking if that strange guy did anything untoward to Thiel. A dejected, puppy-like version of Thiel admits that she didn't like being forced to say no. Ferdy looks off into the distance, his expression serious as he considers the honor of the Asterian name.
He resolves to protect Thiel as the youngest daughter, regardless of what the pending test results might reveal.
The brothers burn with a protective fire, while Thiel gazes away, still wishing to see Ian again. The title card introduces the story of the silver-haired girl navigating her life within the Asterian family. During a formal meal, Ferdinand questions his father regarding the delayed paternity test results for their new sister. Sipping his tea, the black-haired father notes the strange delay, despite the matter being labeled as urgent. Rudian complains that the temple is dragging its feet despite the massive donations the Asterian family provides. The father suspects that the Nestians might be manipulating the temple to reclaim the silver-haired child. He decides to pressure the temple for an update, eager to officially announce Thiel as their youngest member. Rudian beams with joy, imagining the mountain of gifts that will arrive for Thiel once her identity is public. Ferdinand watches the conversation with a quiet, satisfied smile, pleased by the family's growing affection for the girl. Thiel looks surprised and overwhelmed when the topic of hosting grand parties and inviting friends is mentioned. Feeling out of place, Thiel admits she doesn't think she would fit in at such social gatherings. The father sets his teacup down, realizing Thiel's shyness makes it difficult for her to be around others. He gently reassures Thiel, offering to delay the official announcement until she feels comfortable meeting unfamiliar people. Thiel looks up with a soft expression, deeply touched by her father's consideration for her feelings. Rudian cheers enthusiastically, celebrating the fact that he finally has permission to approach and play with his sister. Giggling, Thiel remarks on their kindness, while Rudian proudly confirms that they are indeed the best brothers. Rudian excitedly offers to give Thiel a piggyback ride around the mansion to celebrate their growing bond. Tuck! Ferdinand bonks Rudian on the head with a book, dismissing the piggyback idea as utter nonsense. Sitting on the plush sofa, Ferdinand invites Thiel to join him so he can read her a story. Thiel's eyes sparkle with pure delight at the prospect of being read to from a beautiful storybook. A whimsical vision of fairy tale castles and sweet treats fills the air as Thiel imagines the story's world. Thiel recalls her lonely past, remembering how she used to secretly listen to stories from outside a closed door. She reflects on how happy she is now that the maid, Ria, reads to her every single day. Ferdinand notices Thiel's preference for books, while the young girl bounces with excitement on the sofa. Rudian sulks in the background, thinking Ferdinand is only acting friendly while secretly remaining on his guard. Ferdinand begins reading an enchanting tale about a powerful lion living deep within a mysterious forest. Talk! Rudian slams his hand onto the book, insisting that seeing magic in person is much more entertaining. With a confident grin, Rudian manifests a small, roaring lion made of pure fire in his open palm. Looking smug, the black-haired boy asks Thiel if she finds his magical fire display impressive. Ferdinand worries the magic might be too scary, but Thiel is completely mesmerized by the glowing flames. Beaming with joy, the silver-haired girl exclaims how amazing the magic is, her previous shyness forgotten. Ferdinand and Rudian discuss how their powers should manifest naturally rather than through formal learning. Thiel looks down sadly, admitting that she hasn't been able to use her own powers well yet. Ferdinand internally questions if Thiel's legendary power of light is real, since it isn't appearing naturally. Rudian scratches his head, looking puzzled by Thiel's struggle to tap into her inherited magical abilities. Seeing Thiel's distress, Rudian panics and worries that he might have accidentally made his little sister cry. Ferdinand tells Rudian to move aside so he can speak with Thiel without any distractions. Leaning in close, Ferdinand gently asks Thiel if she would like to learn how to use her powers. Thiel wipes her eyes, her determination showing through as she prepares to accept her brother's help. Looking up earnestly, the young girl declares that she really wants to learn how to master her magic. Ferdinand suggests heading to the training ground immediately to properly test the extent of her power of light. Walking through the dark mansion, Thiel marvels at the size of the estate while questioning the late hour.
Dodadak! Rudian and Thiel hurry toward the training ground as a confused maid watches them pass by.
Ferdinand stands ready in the open courtyard, preparing to give Thiel her first lesson in mana manipulation. Thiel listens carefully as Ferdinand explains that using magic requires a clear image within one's mind. Huaruru manifests a swirling orb of fire, instructing Thiel to picture herself using her own power. A massive pillar of flame erupts from Ferdinand, illuminating the entire training ground in a brilliant orange glow.
Wow! Thiel gasps in awe, her golden eyes reflecting the intense light of her brother's powerful magic.
Ferdinand maintains his focus, telling Thiel to keep imagining exactly what she wants her power to do. Thiel watches as the fire surges upward, creating a spectacular display of raw Asterian magical strength. Rudian shouts in a sudden panic, warning Ferdinand that the flames are becoming too large and dangerous. Ferdy is suddenly engulfed by a violent whirlpool of his own uncontrollable fire magic. Rudian recoils in shock as the training ground is consumed by the massive, roaring flames. Panic sets in as Rudian screams his brother's name while Thiel watches the inferno in horror. Trembling, the silver-haired girl realizes something is horribly wrong with her brother as the fire intensifies. Rudian shouts for Ferdy to stop, fearing that the heat will soon reach and injure Thiel. Caught in the center of the storm, Ferdy dizzily realizes he has completely lost control of his abilities. Rudian charges toward the blaze, urgently commanding Thiel to stay back so she won't be harmed. He reflects on the severity of Ferdy's madness, wondering why his brother's power has surged so dangerously.
Desperate to save him, Rudian draws his sword and leaps into the fire to reach the dazed Ferdy.
Thiel cries out in terror as a massive explosion of light and heat erupts from the training ground. The blast throws Rudian back, leaving him injured and bleeding on the ground as the fire rages. The situation worsens as the flames take on a life of their own, trapping Ferdy in the center. Thiel blames herself for the chaos, wishing for the power to turn back time and fix her mistake. A mysterious, celestial voice echoes through the light, telling the child she is the only one who can save him. A radiant mandala of golden energy appears, declaring that only Thiel's light can calm the raging inferno. Staring up at the beautiful, butterfly-filled manifestation, Thiel realizes she must find the courage to act. The small girl clenches her fist with newfound resolve, prepared to brave the fire for her brother's sake. Without a moment's hesitation, Thiel runs directly into the heart of the swirling firestorm. Rudian, bleeding from a head wound, screams for her to come back before the flames consume her. Ferdy gazes through the fire with glassy eyes,
weakly pleading for Thiel to stay away from the danger.
Tears stream down her face as Thiel approaches, remembering the kindness Ferdy showed her, despite his earlier caution.
A heartwarming memory of Ferdy reading her a story reinforces her belief that he is a good person. His eyes widen in disbelief as he watches the small, determined girl walk through the searing heat toward him.
The flames begin to part slightly as Thiel steps into the core of the madness with unwavering focus.
Thiel reaches out and pulls her brother into a tight, protective embrace amidst the roaring orange fire. Closing her eyes, she focuses on the power within her. She focuses on the power within her, determined to save him, just as she did once before.
A brilliant spark of pure white light erupts from her heart, signaling the awakening of her legendary power. A massive shockwave of golden light and spiritfish explodes outward, instantly extinguishing the violent flames.
Rudian watches in stunned silence as the night sky is illuminated by the overwhelming force of Thiel's light. The pillar of divine energy roars upward, casting a brilliant glow that can be seen for miles.
Like a sunrise in the middle of the night, the golden aura washes over the city's rooftops.
As the light fades, Ferdy stands dazed and soot-covered, his mind finally cleared of the suffocating madness.
Thiel suddenly collapses from exhaustion, but Ferdy is there to catch her before she hits the ground.
Panic returns to his voice as he shakes her, desperately pleading for his little sister to wake up.
Morning light fills a lavish bedroom where Thiel rests peacefully following the traumatic events of the night.
Their father stands in the room, clutching his forehead in deep stress as he demands a full explanation.
Bandaged and bruised, Rudian explains that Ferdis power went out of control during their training session.
Ferdy gazes down with a somber expression, beginning to understand the true source of his sudden instability.
He recalls a vision of his power being shackled by madness, a burden he has carried for years.
Looking at the sleeping child, Ferdy is filled with regret for allowing his inner darkness to endanger her.
He admits to himself that he was wrong to doubt her, feeling ashamed of his own selfish expectations.
A vision of Thiel's trusting smile reminds him that her love was given freely, despite his initial coldness.
The father looks at his son with a heavy gaze, calling out his name with a mixture of sternness and concern.
Rudian steps in to defend his brother, insisting that the accident happened even without Ferdy using his full strength.
After a long silence, the father lets out a weary sigh, signaling that he has reached a decision.
He decides to delay their discussion, declaring that Thiel's rest and recovery are currently the top priorities. Stepping toward the balcony, the father gazes out at the horizon, his mind troubled by the night's events. He realizes that the training grounds lacked the necessary defenses to contain such an immense magical outburst. He reflects on the magnitude of the light, knowing it was seen by everyone in the territory. Walking away, the father acknowledges that the legend of the silver-haired girl's power has finally been proven true. Karthus gazes down at his sleeping daughter, troubled by the immense burden her legendary power represents. He commands the butler to secure the paternity test results immediately as a maid watches in concern. Determined to protect the child, the black-haired man resolves to officially bring her under the Asterian name. The peaceful morning dawning across the estate is punctuated by the soft, rhythmic chirping of a bird. Rhea rushes to the bedside, asking the silver-haired girl if she is experiencing any pain after her ordeal.
Reassured,
Thiel asks about her brother's safety, recalling the terrifying danger Ferdinand faced the night before. The maid reveals that the young Master Ferdinand stayed by her side faithfully until the early morning hours. Thiel is wide-eyed with surprise, deeply touched that her brother watched over her throughout the entire night. Peeking through the door, the girl is spotted by her bandaged brothers, who cry out in relief. Ferdinand gently chides her, insisting that she should prioritize her own well-being over worrying about them. Rudian yells with frustration, admitting how terrified he was that his tiny sister might have been killed. Ferdinand tells the loud boy to be quiet, while Thiel cowers slightly at the sudden, fiery outburst. Trembling with emotion, the small girl reaches out and grabs her brother's sleeve with a firm, desperate grip. With tears in her eyes, she promises her brothers that she will never act so recklessly again. Ferdinand pulls her into a comforting embrace, his own relief visible as he listens to her sincere vow. Holding her close, the dark-haired boy sternly repeats that she must never put herself in danger like that. Rudian joins the group, placing a gentle hand on Thiel's head to comfort her during the emotional reunion. Their father enters the room, his presence commandingly silent as the brothers acknowledge his arrival. Karthus approaches the young girl, informing her that there is a specific place they must go together. He explains the gravity of the situation, noting that her brother's instability would have killed an ordinary child. Thiel looks down with a heavy heart, accepting her father's words as she processes the night's chaos. A close-up of her shimmering golden eye reveals her deep focus on the weight of her actions. Her father's expression softens as he tells her that she ultimately saved Ferdinand's life. Leaning down, he reassures her that he isn't scolding her, only deeply worried for her safety. He places a warm, comforting hand on her head, surprising her with his rare display of affection. Smiling gently, the black-haired man expresses his hope that she will learn to cherish herself more. Overwhelmed with emotion, the silver-haired girl looks up at him, her heart filled with joy at his kindness. Karthus offers a warm, genuine smile, confirming his growing bond with his young daughter. Hand in hand, the father and daughter walk down the grand hallway toward their next destination. They are greeted by a boisterous man with a mustache who expresses his delight at seeing the child. The older man asks about her health, while Thiel happily explains how well everyone has treated her. Hearts fill the air as the grandfather overflows with affection for his precious, tiny granddaughter. The mustached man smiles warmly, glad that the initial explanation of their family history has been shared. They enter the grand library, where the tall shelves of books stand as a testament to history. Thiel marvels at the beautifully crafted bookshelf, unaware of the secret it holds within its design. Lifting her up, the grandfather prepares to show her a hidden part of the Asterian estate. At his instruction, she presses a specific red book, and a mechanical t-tak sounds through the air. A heavy, rumbling sound echoes as the girl watches the massive bookshelf begin to slide away. A hidden passage is revealed, leading into a secret room that was concealed for generations. The grandfather explains that only those with Asterian blood can unlock this ancient, hidden chamber. He declares that her ability to open the door proves her lineage, making a paternity test unnecessary. Inside the chamber, he reveals that this sacred space is reserved for the legendary wielder of light. The older man encourages her to step onto the central platform to further test her awakening power. As she climbs up, a sudden surge of energy makes her gasp in startled realization. Brilliant golden light erupts from the small girl's body, illuminating the entire room with divine energy. The men watch in awe, noting that the light is gentle and strangely painless to look upon.
something is being drawn on the wall as ancient script begins to glow under her influence. Karthus stares at the manifesting text, recognizing it as the long-lost ancient script of their ancestors. The prophecy declares that the light will restore their strength and suppress all darkness by its existence. The grandfather realizes that the silver-haired girl's presence alone is enough to calm their family's madness. Karthus discusses Ferdy's state with Teal, reminding her of the madness they witnessed just the day before. A swirling vortex of fire illustrates the curse of bloodlines, where overusing abilities leads to total devastation. Karthus looks on somberly, explaining that until now, no one has ever been able to stop the madness. Teal stands in a golden glow as Karthus identifies her as the only one capable of calming the rampage. Glowing with a magical aura, Teal proudly declares herself a true Asterian, ready to face her destiny. Karthus remains silent, his golden gaze reflecting the shimmering light as he watches the remarkable young girl. A sudden, soft creak sounds as a door opens, revealing a glimpse into a grand, sunlit library. The mustached Duke welcomes Teal, surprising her by inviting her into a room reserved only for family heads. He explains the chamber belongs to those with light power, making it Teal's to visit whenever she pleases. Teal expresses her joy, her small face lighting up as magical particles swirl around her in celebration. A sudden, quick patter sounds as Teal runs off while Karthus and the Duke discuss the chamber's safety. A sudden, firm tap sounds as the Duke places a hand on Karthus' shoulder, promising to defend their sanctuary. Karthus vows with intense conviction that they will never allow anything to harm the precious child of light. A sudden, heavy thud sounds as the Duke walks away, content with the promise of safety for Teal. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as he reaches for letters concerning Teal's light being visible across the empire. The Duke reads the surprising news that the radiant light was even visible within the distant Nestian territory. Radiant spirits of lightfish fill the sky, signaling the resurgence of the Empire's official holy emblem. Karthus inquires about the temple's stance as the Duke reveals the paternity test results are finally ready. Karthus questions the personal summons, suspecting the temple has correctly identified Teal as the owner of the light. He feels a sense of relief, having already arranged for outside help should the temple try to interfere. Teal enjoys a piece of pink cake, humming happily as she finds the sweet dessert to be delicious. Rhea laughs at Teal's enthusiasm, offering to get her more cake if she enjoys it so much. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as a maid reminds them that dinner follows and only one pie is allowed. Teal and the bandaged Ludian exchange looks, their excitement dampened by the strict rules of the household. A sudden, bright shimmer sounds as Ludian offers his slice to Teal, claiming he saved it for her. Rhea calls Ludian an idiot for his misunderstanding as Teal watches their playful bickering with surprise. A sudden, sharp scrape sounds as Teal begins to cut the cake, determined to share with her brother. Teal insists on giving Ludian a piece, saying she is perfectly happy with just a small portion. Ludian is moved by the kind gesture, while Rhea watches, secretly hoping for a piece of cake too. A sudden, cheerful chirp sounds as Teal promises to share the cake with her other brother as well. A sudden, soft click sounds from the door as the children continue their sweet debate over the pie. Karthus enters with a gentle smile, telling Ludian and Ferdy to stop teasing Teal during their snack. The children protest immediately, claiming they were only sharing and not bothering their sister at all. Karthus thinks to himself that he no longer needs to worry about the children as he watches them bond. He tells Teal to rest well, announcing that they will be heading out for an important trip tomorrow. A sudden, sharp creak sounds as Ludian reacts in shock to the news of Teal leaving the estate.
Karthus confirms that the paternity results are out, and he will be personally escorting TL to the temple.
Teal remains undaunted, stating that the sealed room of Asterion has already acknowledged her as its own.
Rhea insists on coming along, determined not to miss Teal's first official outing into the world. A sudden, sharp rustle sounds as Ludian jumps up, worried that someone might try to take Teal away. A sudden, sharp clatter sounds as the children demand to follow, and Karthus eventually yields to their pleas. Karthus chuckles at the temple's likely reaction to their group, enjoying the warmth of his lively family. The next day begins with a view of a dressing table laden with jewelry and fine perfumes. Maids discuss Teal's hair, debating whether to add curls or tie it up neatly for the temple visit. They decide on adorable twin buns, believing the style perfectly highlights Teal's natural and innocent loveliness. A sudden, roaring whoosh sounds as the maid's passion ignites, vowing to make Teal stand out today. TL stands in a magnificent pink gown adorned with roses, looking like a little princess ready for her debut. The maid gasps, praising Teal's beauty and claiming no other young lady could ever compare to her. Teal beams with gratitude, her heart full as she thanks everyone for making her look so wonderful. A sudden, soft weep sounds as the maids are moved to tears, pledging their eternal loyalty to Teal. Tael calls out to her brothers as she stands in her elegant pink dress with a blonde maid. Dressed in matching formal attire, the two black-haired boys affectionately compliment Teal's doll-like and adorable appearance. Teal returns the compliment as her brother reaches out toward her, his expression full of excitement and warmth. A frustrated groan sounds as the boy holds back his hand, fearing he might ruin Teal's perfectly styled hair. Olivier Wolfgang suggests they depart for the temple, her gentle smile masking the importance of their upcoming journey. Exuding elegance and power, the black-haired Karthus in royal robes steps forward toward the waiting ornate carriage. Standing by the carriage, TL responds with a curious look when her father calls out her name. A sudden, firm lift sounds as Karthus scoops Teal up, cradling the young girl protectively in his arms. The siblings watch in surprise as Karthus confirms he intends to carry TL throughout their entire public appearance. He explains that the temple's potential schemes require constant vigilance, a sentiment the black-haired Olivier somberly shares. Shadows of grasping hands loom over a bright light, illustrating the temple's desperate desire to claim TL's power. Clinging to her guardian, Teal feels a wave of anxiety about the strangers who might try to take her. Entering the Grand Temple, TL resolves to use the bold no her brother taught her if things go wrong. High Priest Andres greets Lord Karthus with a hollow smile, apologizing for the long journey to the temple. A sudden, quiet step sounds as Andres explains the Pope's demand for a personal verification of the child's identity. A sudden, sharp realization sounds as Teal stares back, mentally preparing herself to refuse any of the priest's demands. Karthus notes Teal's shyness and pushes to skip the formalities in favor of seeing the test results immediately. Andres agrees to proceed, while a red-robed aide brings forth the hair samples required for the sacred ritual. Despite Karthus's attempt to shield her, Andres insists they all observe the unfolding results of the paternity test together. A soft plop sounds as hair strands drop into the holy water, a simple test intended to confirm biological ties. While narration explains that blue water signifies a biological match, Andres feigns concern with a sinister smirk. The high priest points to the basin, declaring that the water has failed to change color as he expected. Looking on with cold eyes, Karthus realizes the temple manipulated the test specifically to traumatize and isolate TL.
The narrative reveals the temple's cruel plan to seize custody of Teal once she is declared a non-biological child.
A sudden, sharp shout sounds as the black-haired brother recoils from the priest's demand to hand Teal over.
A weary sigh sounds as Andres attempts to pacify Olivier with false promises of taking good care of Teal.
Gripping Karthus's coat tightly, Teal questions the priest's claim that she does not belong to her family.
With a calm and steady voice, Teal rejects the false result, refusing to be rattled by the priest's lies.
A sudden, quiet gasp sounds as Andres and his aide stare in disbelief at the young child's unwavering composure.
Teal requests to be set down, and Karthus obliges, trusting in the young girl's newfound strength and determination.
A weary huff sounds as Andres dismisses Teal's defiance, accusing her of committing blasphemy against the gods.
Looming over the priest, Karthus demands he watch his words regarding the rightful heir and lady of House Asterion.
Andres trembles under the pressure, yet he stubbornly insists that the test results remain the absolute and final truth.
The surrounding priests join in the outcry, claiming the temple's sacred tests have never once been found wrong. Teal walks forward with purpose, her elegant pink dress trailing behind her as she approaches the sacred water. Andres panics inwardly, realizing his plan to intimidate a frightened child has completely backfired against Teal's bravery.
A soft hum sounds as Teal's innate light energy flares, shocking the high priest with its divine purity.
Teal looks up at Karthus, addressing him as her father, while she prepares to reveal her own proof. A sudden, gentle nod sounds as Karthus looks down at his daughter with pride and total confidence. Teal presents her own hair strands, ready to challenge the temple's rigged test with her own hands.
A sudden, quick patter sounds as Teal runs toward the water, leaving the confused priest in her wake. Teal argues that her physical traits alone prove she is a true child of House Asterion and her parents.
With a sudden, firm grip, Teal declares her identity and the recognition she has already earned from Asterion. Andres groans in frustration, his authority slipping as Karthus and Olivier watch the confrontation with sharp eyes.
The priest plots to use a second failure as evidence, but he is interrupted by a sudden, brilliant glow.
A sudden, loud shout sounds as the aides witness the sacred water beginning to turn a vibrant golden hue.
The narrative explains that the temple itself is resonating with Teal's power, transcending the simple parentage test.
Karthus watches in awe as the power of the god Lucette draws a blinding light from Teal's spirit.
In a desperate state of denial, the priests argue that the result is invalid because it isn't blue. A nervous titter sounds as Andres tries to dismiss the miracle, claiming it doesn't meet the temple's official standards.
The blonde boy questions if the matter is simply about following proper procedure during the investigation.
Clad in an ornate blue military uniform, the young prince walks purposefully through the palace hallway. A guard attempts to block the way, but the prince demands to know why he is being barred entry. Standing before a statue, Ian recalls the representative authority granted to him by the Pope.
Andres breaks into a nervous sweat, realizing the crown prince has arrived to exercise his formidable power.
Iandros pauses and glances back, his gaze settling on the small girl standing alone in the distance. Teal stares at the prince in wide-eyed confusion, wondering if this Ian is the person she once knew.
The blonde prince offers a confident smirk, prepared to challenge the temple's claims and reveal the truth.
A glowing fish crest manifests on the back of Ian's hand as he prepares to unleash his magic. Brilliant energy surges forward as Ian commands Andres to admit the reality of the situation before them. Iandros officially declares that Thiel is of Asterian blood and is the biological daughter of Marquis Carthus Celeste.
Overwhelmed by the sudden revelation of her true identity, the small girl can only whisper Ian's name. Thiel rushes toward the prince with a joyful thank you, though he insists his assistance was merely natural. Smiling brightly, the silver-haired girl vows to repay his kindness once she has grown up a bit more. Ian reflects on how much she has changed, remembering her past fragility compared to her current boldness. The prince leans down and gently cradles Thiel's face, showing a rare moment of tenderness in the hallway. Rudian growls with jealousy, while Carthus tells the boy to restrain himself during the prince's affectionate display. The scene becomes comically chaotic as Carthus fumes with rage, and his sons plead for him to calm down. After the tension subsides, the black-haired Marquis lets out a weary sigh, finally beginning to compose himself. Andres offers a desperate apology for the misunderstanding, but Carthus coldly rejects any offers of temple compensation. The Marquis reaches out a hand to his daughter, softly telling her that the ordeal is finally over. With a gentle smile, the black-haired man invites Thiel to return to the place where she truly belongs. Thiel gazes at the grand estate, realizing it is her real home where she is finally loved. Filled with happiness, the small girl reaches out to her father and eagerly agrees to return home. A luxurious carriage speeds through the countryside, carrying the family away from the temple's reach. Riding in silence, Ian looks out the window and muses on how bold the little girl has become. He recalls her once being endlessly fragile, marveling at the strength she showed during the night's events. A soft, genuine smile touches the prince's lips as he admits to himself how adorable she truly is. A man with glasses informs Ian that the emperor is deeply displeased by his sudden, unannounced absence. Ian expresses his exhaustion regarding the emperor's constant interrogation over the ongoing consort issue. Crossing his arms defiantly, the prince dismisses the weight of his grandfather's expectations with a cold laugh. Dark memories resurface as Ian reflects on the cruelty and trauma his grandfather once inflicted on him. A haunting flashback reveals the night the emperor's hand took the lives of Ian's mother and father. Ancient records explain that the imperial bloodline carries the dangerous ability to create unique subspaces. Young Ian cowered as the emperor raised a blade to his neck, claiming it would prevent a rampage. His parents sacrificed themselves, throwing their bodies in front of the blade to save their young son's life. Instead of meeting his end, the boy was placed upon the throne and crowned the new prince. They demanded he find a partner to act as a living sacrifice to suppress his volatile imperial power. Ian is sickened by the thought of an innocent person suffering and losing their life for his sake. The golden light of sunset bathes the palace, a beautiful facade for the darkness hidden within its walls. The emperor looms over Ian in the grand hall, berating him for his irresponsibility and lack of control. Wilhelm Durand Cresson yells at the boy, warning him that his power will eventually become unmanageable. Dismissed with a harsh command, Ian grits his teeth in silent resentment as he prepares to leave. A sharp "tuck" sounds through the air as the prince exits the hall and shuts the heavy doors. Standing alone in the quiet corridor, Ian exhales a heavy breath, burdened by his family's dark legacy. The prince opens a swirling blue portal, stepping through the shimmering energy into his private, hidden subspace. Looking around the darkened room, he laments how he has forgotten the complex spaces he created as a child. He wishes he could bring light to the darkness, frustrated that he cannot even produce a single flame. Despite the gloom, Ian considers this cluttered subspace the only place where he can truly find rest.
Suddenly, his attention is captured by a soft pink pillow lying amidst the debris, leaving him utterly bewildered.
Ian discovers a pink cushion in his messy subspace and wonders how it suddenly appeared there.
Hugging the cushion tightly, the blonde prince closes his eyes and thinks fondly of Teal.
Ian stands alone amidst the debris of his dark subspace, finding comfort in the small gift.
Across the empire, people gossiped about Teal's existence and the miraculous sacred light she manifested.
Karthus holds a pink invitation, noting that the public's intense focus on his daughter was expected. Teal stares in wide-eyed shock at a massive stack of invitations addressed specifically to her. The black-haired Marquis reassures Teal that she is under no obligation to attend any social events.
Rudian and Ferdinand toss the invitations into the fireplace, while Teal watches their reckless actions with worry. Karthus suggests preparing a new dress for the rare official events Teal might choose to attend. Rudian explains with a bright smile that fashion designs change quickly with every passing season. The brothers whisper about hiding Ian's gifted dresses to make room for their own future gifts. Karthus mentions calling their cousin Olivier over to assist TL with matters of feminine style.
Both brothers react with immediate and vocal protest at the thought of involving their cousin Olivier. Clutching an invitation, the silver-haired girl innocently asks her father to explain who Olivier is. Teal wonders if her cousin will be a haughty noble like the people she knew in Nestian. Ferdinand gently pats Teal's head, reassuring her that she doesn't have to meet any strangers. Rudian boasts that he is the better choice for shopping, prompting a competitive sibling spat. The brothers descend into a comical scuffle as Teal desperately pleads for them to stop fighting. Holding the invitations, Karthus notes that the Crown Prince's birthday banquet will be skipped this year. Teal recalls her past family preparing for imperial banquets and wonders why Ian's celebration is cancelled. The small girl worries that something unfortunate might have happened to Ian to cause the cancellation. Rudian changes the subject by asking Teal when her own birthday actually takes place. A sudden, heavy silence falls over the room as the brothers realize the weight of the question. Ferdinand scolds Rudian for his lack of tact, while Rudian remains momentarily confused by the reaction. Rudian gasps in horror upon realizing Teal's birthday coincides with the anniversary of her mother's death. Teal ponders the situation, realizing why her birthday was always considered an unlucky day in the past. Karthus looks at his daughter with a somber expression, confirming the tragic history of her birth. Despite the sadness, Teal offers a small smile, grateful that her brother thought of her regardless. She guesses her birthday is in winter, noting her grandfather's perennial bad mood during that season. Karthus pulls the small girl into a tight, protective embrace to comfort her heavy heart. The Marquis reassures Teal that the death of her mother, Lena, was never her fault. Looking up at her father, Teal feels a sense of relief as he lifts her emotional burden. Karthus jokes that Lena would have punished their grandfather severely for his past mistreatment of Teal. A terrifying silhouette of Lena appears as Karthus admits he would have been punished too. Teal is left dizzy and confused by the shocking description of her late mother's fierce personality. Karthus smiles warmly, telling Teal to keep him on the right path for her mother's sake. He places a hand on her head, praising her as they move past the somber moment. Rudian and Ferdinand join in, hugging Teal tightly to reaffirm their love for their little sister. Teal excitedly runs through the palace, calling out Ian's name as she goes to find him. Ian warns her not to run, though Teal is simply too happy to see him to slow down. The silver-haired girl beams with joy, offering to be Ian's personal guide for the day. Ian watches her with a soft expression, noting how much she has blossomed in her new home. Teal stops suddenly, turning back to speak to the prince with a look of serious concern. The young girl stands before the blonde prince, preparing to ask him a very important question.
Teal whispers her worries about his canceled banquet, fearing her concern might be overheard by others.
Ian laughs heartily at her worry, explaining that the cancellation was a deliberate, planned choice. The atmosphere lightens as Ian admits he never really wanted a grand celebration for himself.
Teal shyly clutches her dress and suggests that Ian spend his birthday at the Asterian estate instead. Ian smiles warmly and accepts Teal's invitation to celebrate his special day with her family. Ferdinand and Rudian watch with flat, annoyed expressions as the blonde prince continues his rare display of affection.
The brothers erupt with a sudden, loud shout, pleading for Teal to reject the prince's invitation to their estate.
Teal quietly admits she was the one who suggested the idea, while a voice demands Ian release her immediately.
Ian leans back on the blue sofa with a satisfied smile, confirming his desire to celebrate at the mansion. Ferdinand stares incredulously at the prince, questioning why he would choose their estate over his own grand palace.
A soft patter sounds as Teal approaches her brothers, hoping to ease the tension between them and the prince.
The silver-haired girl explains her desire to accompany Ian so he doesn't have to spend his birthday alone.
Ian looks at Teal with wide-eyed surprise, shocked to realize she never even knew the date of her birth. A sudden slap sounds as Rudian covers the prince's mouth, warning him that the topic is strictly forbidden.
Ian pushes the hand away with a sigh, claiming he now understands the weight of the girl's tragic past. Ferdinand holds Teal's hand, trying to convince her that the crown prince is never truly alone, despite his claims. With a playful smirk, Ian insists he has no real friends to share his special day with at the palace. The room falls quiet as Ian sighs, pretending to withdraw his request since it caused such a heated stir. Ferdinand reacts with visible confusion when the blonde prince suddenly mentions making a specific deal with him.
Ian offers to secure the services of the legendary Madame Estella to design a new dress for Teal.
Teal and Ferdinand exchange shocked, bewildered glances, wondering about the identity of the person the prince mentioned. Records explain that Madame Estella is an elite designer who exclusively creates magnificent garments for high-ranking royalty.
A rhythmic thump sounds in Ferdinand's chest as he reflects on the immense prestige and mystery surrounding the designer.
Exhaling a weary puff of air, Ian asks if the brother is finally serious about accepting his generous offer.
Maids whisper excitedly in the background, questioning if the legendary seamstress will truly visit their young lady. Ian sits regally, explaining that only those of the highest status can even hope to contact the elusive designer. Question marks fill the air as the brothers stand stunned, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of Ian's offer. Teal reflects on how the upcoming Luminaria Festival will be her chance to truly stand out before the Empire. She considers that spending a few hours entertaining Ian is a small price to pay for such an opportunity. A sudden, sharp movement sounds as Ferdinand snaps to attention. His initial resistance completely vanished in an instant.
Bowing deeply, the black-haired brother declares it an honor to host the prince and promises thorough preparations.
A small chuckle escapes Ian as both Teal and Ferdinand express their newfound enthusiastic gratitude toward him. A quick patter sounds as Teal bounces excitedly toward the prince, her face lit with a bright, joyful smile. Stopping suddenly, the silver-haired girl expresses concern that she has been addressing Ian too formally until now. A faint blush touches the blonde prince's cheeks as he tells her to simply call him by his name. Teal blinks in surprise while Ian encourages her to use whatever name makes her feel most comfortable. As a grand carriage waits, the narrative reveals that the Emperor has requested a formal meeting with Teal. Rudian gasps in shock, fearing Ian intends to make Teal the crown princess, but Ian firmly denies the claim.
A crown sinks into dark water as Ian reflects on the heavy, chained burden he refuses to place on her. Walking away, the blonde prince muses that everyone's interest in her stems from her newly awakened legendary power. Ferdinand and Rudian exhale a heavy breath in exhaustion, relieved the intense conversation with the prince is finally over. A rapid patter sounds as TL calls out Ian's name, running to catch him before he can depart. Beaming with pride, the silver-haired girl presents a gift box containing what she promises is an incredibly delicious pie. Ian laughs softly and affectionately pats Teal's head, touched that she rushed to the kitchen just for him. The prince looks down at the gift, suddenly remembering an important and mysterious question he needed to ask. Ian recalls the pink cushion in his subspace and asks Teal if the item truly belongs to her. Teal looks confused, insisting the cushion was already present when she first entered his private, hidden sanctuary. A quick glance reveals the girl's bewilderment as she realizes the cushion previously lacked its ornate ribbons and thread. The mystery deepens as Teal ponders why the plain cushion she remembered now sports gold thread and decorations. The setting sun bathes the imperial palace in a warm glow, masking the complex and dark politics within. The blonde, bearded emperor looks out toward the sunset, demanding that Alpheus finally reveal the hidden truth. Drinking tea calmly, the black-haired marquis notes Teal's shyness but promises she will appear at Luminaria. A sudden, tense pause occurs as the emperor mentions the ancient legend shared by the Asterian and Nestian clans. With a sharp thud, Karthus slams his teacup down, firmly dismissing the legend's relevance to the crown prince. The black-haired man with a mustache firmly declares that he knows the hidden truth of that day. A vision of Teal standing amidst roaring flames appears as a voice worries about history repeating itself. The blonde emperor shouts in a sudden rage, questioning if Alpheus truly understands the weight of an imprint. Alpheus refuses to let Teal be bound by shackles, leaving the emperor to sigh in weary exhaustion. A sunset glows through the palace windows as the emperor notes the Landros boys' refusal to imprint. Alpheus offers a somber apology, while the emperor stands silent, reflecting on the heavy burden of the past. A warm vision shows Ian and Teal holding hands, their bright smiles contrasting with the current dark politics. Looking through a window, Alpheus asks if there is still no intention of revealing the truth to everyone. The scene shifts as an excited voice anticipates the magnificent dress Madame Estelle will create for Teal. Walking through the hallway, the silver-haired girl turns to Ferdinand and curiously asks what the Luminaria Festival is. Ferdinand explains it is a triennial festival for the god of light, attended by all noble heirs. Teal's expression darkens as she wonders if Rowan and Aunt Cornelia will be lurking among the attendees. Ferdinand reflects on Rowan Nestian's past attendance, confirming her likely presence at the upcoming grand celebration. The small girl looks down with a worried frown, fearing she must face her cruel grandfather again. Peeking out from a carriage, Teal reflects on her isolated life before finding her new family at Asterion. Rudian notices her distress and asks if she is worried about encountering the people of the Nestian clan. The brown-haired brother winks playfully, suggesting he could cause a few accidental fires to help her. Ferdinand warns that burning carriages is too much, leaving Teal to stare at her siblings in bewildered shock. Both brothers beam with confidence, promising that their entire family will protect her from any bother. Teal giggles and covers her mouth, feeling immense relief and happiness in the company of her brothers. A sudden, dizzying heat washes over the girl as her surroundings begin to blur in a strange way. Teal blinks in confusion,
realizing everything in the room suddenly looks massive compared to her tiny self. A sudden, high-pitched squeak sounds as TL looks down to find she has transformed into a tiny animal. The small creature sits on the bed, panicking as she realizes her transformation happened completely on its own. The tiny white leopard-spotted animal rolls and tumbles across the bed, struggling to master its new four-legged form. Teal panics as she finds she cannot revert to human form or even speak a single word. Looking up at the massive bed hangings, the small creature feels incredibly vulnerable in her new diminutive state. Determined to get help, the tiny animal tries to climb a thick rope tassel with a soft squeak. A sudden roar sounds as the little creature loses its grip and slips down the golden rope. A blonde maid opens the door with a click, asking if the young lady called for her assistance. The maid gasps in pure shock at the sight of the dizzy little animal squeaking on the floor. Picking up the creature, the maid asks if the young lady is all right in this strange state. The tiny animal continues to squeak piteously while the maid wonders if something is making her feel uncomfortable. Realization dawns on the maid as she understands that Teal is currently stuck in her transformed animal state. The maid decides to take the tiny, adorable creature to Lord Carthus to seek a solution. The maid playful shouts "Roar!" as she carries the squeaking little girl through the halls of the mansion. Smitten by the overwhelming cuteness, the maid cuddles the tiny animal close and notes how truly adorable she is. Carthus looks down from his chair, calmly asking his daughter if she is indeed unable to revert yet. The little creature lets out a soft squeak and hangs its head, confirming the frustrating and silent situation. A large hand gently pets the tiny head, with Carthus explaining that her youth causes unstable transformations. He reassures her that unintentional changes are normal and usually resolve themselves in a day or two. The little animal jumps up in shock, horrified by the prospect of being stuck like this for days. Teal reflects on the intense heat of the mansion, realization sinking in that her new fur makes it unbearable. Carthus notes that it is time for his scheduled meeting, looking down at a small clock on the desk. A sudden movement sounds as Carthus scoops up the tiny animal, catching her completely by surprise. The Marquis holds the tiny, squeaking creature against his chest, unable to hide his affection for her. Entering the grand meeting room, Carthus apologizes for his lateness, blaming a sudden matter regarding his daughter. The noblemen at the table chuckle warmly, finding the tiny creature adorable and reflecting on their own children. As her father pets her, Teal feels like she is melting from the warmth and the public attention. Carthus struggles to focus on the meeting, his heart completely stolen by the absolute cuteness of his daughter. A vibrant pink title card announces that today's meeting is completely doomed. A sudden shout sounds as Carthus demands an artist immediately paint his granddaughter's absolute adorable form. Blushing with overwhelming love, the mustached Marquis begs to hold the tiny animal just once. Ferdinand scolds his father for holding Teal too long, noting that the poor child looks intensely uncomfortable. A sudden gasp sounds as the tiny white leopard realizes her grandfather is even hotter than her father. A heavy thud sounds as the Marquis panics, apologizing profusely to the overheating and piteously whimpering creature. Blushing and tearful, the Marquis begs for forgiveness, while Ferdinand firmly demands he hand the girl over. A rapid patter sounds as Ferdinand walks away with the tiny animal, leaving his dejected father behind. A sudden click sounds as a black-haired boy and girl burst in, loudly calling for their father. An ornate carriage decorated with a golden crown sits parked outside the grand, sun-drenched palace. Ferdinand asks about a summons, but Carthus clarifies he only informed their aunt about Teal's miraculous return.
A soft rustle sounds as the two black-haired siblings fuss over the tiny, overheating animal in their arms.
A quiet hum sounds as Carthus orders the children to introduce Teal to their cousin, Olivier. A soft whimper sounds as Teal panics, fearing a formal meeting while stuck in her tiny animal state.
A rapid patter sounds as a silver-haired girl excitedly bursts into the room, shouting for her uncle. Stopping suddenly, the silver-haired girl notices the familiar faces and the tiny creature being held before her. A soft squeal sounds as Olivier, wearing a cat mask headpiece, excitedly identifies the tiny animal as her cousin. A rapid tap sounds as the black-haired girl warns that Teal is shy, while Olivier gushes over her.
A low groan sounds as Olivier begs to take Teal away, but the Marquis flatly refuses her request.
Looking stern, Carthus tells the children to go play while he focuses on choosing the perfect painter. Olivier explains that her mother, Aunt Etienne, was overjoyed to hear Teal was alive after their close past.
A sudden spark flies as the black-haired girl refuses to let Olivier hold the objectified tiny animal. A weary sigh sounds as the black-haired boy warns Olivier to be lucky if she doesn't drop her.
A sharp snap sounds as Olivier chases the boy, who desperately tries to protect the tiny, glowing animal. A quick tap sounds as Teal hops onto the table, curious about her strange and energetic new relative. Beaming with joy, Olivier Wolfgang introduces herself and affectionately cuddles the tiny, blushing white leopard. A gentle whoosh sounds as Teal notices a cool breeze coming from Olivier, finding the sensation incredibly refreshing.
A sudden touch sounds as Olivier pets the creature, who reacts with a silent and pleasantly surprised expression.
Olivier realizes Teal likes her, while a soft purr sounds from the happy and content little animal.
A soft gasp sounds as the siblings watch in disbelief, while Teal lets out a happy, content howl.
A soft purr sounds as the black-haired boy questions the logic of hugging someone with such firm muscles. Olivier explains that her naturally cool embrace provides much-needed relief for a heat-sensitive snow leopard like Teal.
A sudden realization sounds as the two black-haired siblings finally understand the cause of Teal's previous discomfort.
Sunlight streams into the grand room as the group discusses how Asterian's climate is much hotter than other places. Looking thoughtful, Olivier mentions that Rowan Nestian was also famously sensitive to the heat at tea parties.
A soft rustle sounds as Teal reflects on Rowan's thick fur, realizing her own half-leopard nature is different.
The black-haired girl apologizes for the heat, though Teal insists she mostly found the temperature quite bearable. Olivier excitedly demands double helpings of ice cream, while the black-haired boy teases her about her appetite. A sudden crash sounds as Olivier chases the boy, while the black-haired girl offers Teal delicious ice cream. The scene shifts to the massive white imperial palace, standing tall under a clear and bright blue sky. Inside a lavish room, dialogue bubbles discuss an important letter being sent to the legendary Madame Estelle. An aide with glasses and brown hair confirms the carrier pigeon's readiness for the prince's important message. The blonde Prince Ian sits at his desk, determined to give Teal the finest clothes for her debut. The aide warns that gifting clothes from such an exclusive designer could cause major political problems. A sharp click sounds as Ian dips his pen, dismissing concerns about the ongoing crown princess selection process. Looking on with sharp eyes, the blonde prince declares that his personal approval should resolve any potential issues. Ian reflects on his lonely childhood, remembering birthdays where no one ever sincerely celebrated his existence.
A chaotic party scene unfolds in Ian's memory, reinforcing his hatred for the pretentious nobility surrounding him.
Sunlight filters through the blue curtains of the palace as the narrative notes Teal's sudden need for a dress.
Ian remains focused at his desk, vowing to provide the absolute best dress for the girl who worries for him.
The blonde-haired boy sits at his desk, finishing a letter of gratitude for the gifts he has received.
A promotional graphic features various Manhwa titles and a brown-haired girl holding a bouquet of red roses. The next morning, a luxurious tea service and freshly baked cakes are laid out in a sunlit room. Teal proudly announces her newfound ability to control her beast transformation while standing in her vibrant red dress. A sudden, happy squeal sounds as the gray-haired girl with wolf ears lunges forward to embrace Teal. The wolf-eared girl smothers Teal with affection, promising to buy her everything and inviting her to her home. A sudden, sharp kick sounds as the girl suggests giving Teal her father's room, much to Karthus's comedic shock. Stepping in, the black-haired Olivier warns Teal about the girl's intensity while promising to protect her from any kidnappers.
Teal smiles sweetly, expressing how much she enjoys the refreshing breeze emanating from the gray-haired girl's magical presence. Heart pounding with joy, the gray-haired girl declares her deep desire for Teal to be her biological sister.
A sudden, sharp whoosh sounds as the girl raises her hand, eager to provide Teal with even more wind. The gray-haired girl spins rapidly, her wind magic creating a powerful whirlwind that sweeps through the grand drawing room. A sudden, quiet gasp sounds as the sheer force of the wind blows Teal backward across the polished floor. A sudden, loud clatter sounds as the tea plates are sent flying into the air by the uncontrolled gale.
Engulfed in a fiery aura, the black-haired brother shouts at the girl for nearly destroying their family home.
A sudden, bright flash sounds as a massive explosion of light and wind erupts from the palace's high balcony. A sudden, sharp crash sounds as the delicate china teacups lie shattered in a heap of porcelain and tea. While the gray-haired girl dismisses the mess, several servants scramble to clean up the wreckage caused by her magic.
Holding the small, cat-like Teal, Olivier scolds his siblings for creating extra work for the mansion's hard-working staff.
Frustrated, the gray-haired girl declares that the indoor space is far too small for her to properly adore Teal. She brightly suggests a trip to the city, promising to buy Teal plenty of delicious treats and cakes. Teal hesitates, revealing she has never been outside before, which leaves the gray-haired girl in a state of disbelief. The girl questions if Teal was kept locked away, but Teal gently defends her family's cautious and considerate nature.
While the girl jokes about her cuteness, Teal silently recalls the trauma of being imprisoned by her previous grandfather.
With a determined smile, the gray-haired girl insists they visit a specific bakery, famous for its incredible desserts. Teal stares out the window, her mind filled with anxiety about the potential dangers lurking outside the palace walls. Despite her fears, Teal admits she wants to go, but worries that her father might not allow the outing. The gray-haired girl flashes a confident and mischievous grin, claiming she has a perfect plan to secure permission. A sudden, loud wail sounds as the girl throws herself onto the floor, staging a dramatic tantrum for Uncle. A sudden, sharp spurt sounds as the overwhelmed Karthus suffers a comedic nosebleed from the girl's chaotic pleading. Olivier quickly shields Teal's eyes, telling her that she shouldn't learn such manipulative tactics from her older sister. Focusing on the upcoming festival, Olivier notes the large crowds while subtly pressuring his father for an answer. Teal expresses her nervous excitement for the Luminaria Festival, hoping that no harm will come to her there. Karthus looks on thoughtfully, realizing that Teal is genuinely looking forward to experiencing her first public celebration. The two black-haired brothers offer their enthusiastic support, promising to use the royal knights to ensure TL's safety. Karthus remains cautious, fearing that traveling together as a large, high-profile group will make Teal stand out too much. A sudden, quiet hum sounds as a new idea strikes the gray-haired girl, prompting her to claim victory. The scene shifts to the bustling city street, where colorful houses stand under a clear and beautiful blue sky. Looking concerned, Olivier asks his companion if the situation feels too stuffy or uncomfortable for them. A sudden, happy chirp sounds as the small, hooded teal peeks out from a wicker basket carried by the girl. The wolf-eared girl gloats about her genius disguise, believing that a snow leopard in a basket is undeniably adorable. Her brothers whisper about the absurdity of the wolf and kitten pairing until the girl tells them to be quiet. From her hidden vantage point, TL gazes at the beautiful houses and the many people milling about the city. Glittering signs and displays of mouth-watering pastries are visible through the large glass windows of the street's shops. The group arrives at the grand white bakery building that the gray-haired girl had previously praised so highly. A sudden, light chime sounds as they enter the shop, the bell above the door announcing their arrival. The waiter politely greets the young lady, who immediately orders a generous spread of strawberry cake and tea. Peeking from the basket, Teal listens as the black-haired brother asks how frequently the girl visits this establishment. He scolds her for making the knights worry, but she ignores his complaints and calls him an idiot. A sudden, soft tap sounds as the girl places the basket on the table, inviting TL to transform back. Radiating joy, Teal expresses her sheer delight at finally being outside and visiting such a beautiful shop. The gray-haired girl promises delicious cake, while Olivier notes how truly happy Teal looks in this moment. A sudden, quiet gasp sounds as Teal stares in shock at the divine light beginning to flare from her chest. Panicking, Teal explains that her power is acting on its own as the black-haired brother looks on with worry. Noticing someone approaching, the black-haired brother urgently tells the others to hide Teal and the manifesting light energy. A sudden, rhythmic tread sounds as the brown-haired waiter enters the room, carrying the tray of ordered cakes. While the siblings clumsily pretend to measure their heights to block the view, Teal hides under the table, frustrated by her uncontrollable light. From her hiding spot, Teal desperately tries to force her glowing, fish-shaped light manifestations back into her body. Recalling the trauma of her past life with Grandpa Chender, Teal successfully suppresses her happy energy by thinking of bad things. Teal peeks out from under the table, asking if it is safe to emerge now that the light has settled. Sitting back at the table, Teal apologizes, explaining that her power sometimes escapes whenever she feels too much happiness. The two black-haired brothers offer their warm support, promising to take care of everything, even if she makes a mistake. Clasping her hands, the gray-haired girl happily reassures Teal that they won't be interrupted again, allowing her to eat comfortably. Feeling safe and loved, Teal gives a bright and adorable response, ready to enjoy the treats before her. As more magical fish appear around her, the gray-haired girl can't help but gush over how undeniably cute Teal is. High above the coastline, the narrative perspective shifts to a grand, sprawling palace overlooking the shimmering blue sea. A sudden, quiet tap sounds as a white messenger pigeon arrives at a window, carrying a sealed letter in its beak. Madame Estella, a sophisticated woman with pink hair and glasses, notes that the message has arrived all the way from Creation. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Estella pets the pigeon, which is part of a special breed gifted to royal families. Flying through the clouds, the pigeons allow Estella to receive commissions from high-ranking nobles despite her wandering lifestyle.
Reading the parchment, Estella is surprised to learn that the Crown Prince of Creation wants a dress for a young girl. A sudden, quiet creak sounds as Estella turns away, wondering if the young prince has already fallen in love. A sudden, quick scratch sounds as Estella immediately begins writing her reply, her pen moving gracefully across the blue paper. Dispatching her response, Estella notes that they shouldn't keep such an excited boy waiting as the scene shifts to the Asterian palace. Back in the tea room, the gray-haired girl notes that they finally have some privacy to enjoy their outing in peace. A sudden, loud slam sounds as the blonde-haired boy, Ian, bursts into the room wearing a dark hooded cloak. Startled by the intrusion, Olivier and the others realize that Ian has somehow tracked them down to their hidden location. Lowering his hood, Ian explains that he went to the Asterian mansion first and had to disguise himself to walk the streets. Outside the bakery, a group of cloaked knights waits awkwardly while the shop owner watches them with deep suspicion. Glaring at Ian, the gray-haired girl demands he stop interfering with her date, while Olivier questions the frequency of his visits. Ian shrugs off the complaints, but the black-haired brother points out that being outnumbered means Ian is clearly the problem. Jumping to her feet, Teal brightly declares how much she enjoys meeting Ian, which immediately settles the argument. A sudden, heavy thud sounds as Olivier facepalms, realizing Teal is once again siding with the blonde-haired prince. The narrative highlights Ian's royal status, showing him in his formal blue uniform adorned with gold embroidery and a red sash. A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Ian smugly reminds the brothers that it is nearly time for them to return to the academy. Flashing a mischievous grin, Ian tells them not to worry, as he plans to take very good care of Teal while they are gone. Confused by the sudden change in atmosphere, Teal wonders if her siblings genuinely dislike the blonde-haired prince. Looking concerned, Teal asks her brother if their return to the academy means she won't be able to see them anymore. Softening his expression, Olivier promises Teal that he will visit her immediately if she ever writes him a letter. Excited by the idea, Teal vows to study hard so she can finally write her own letters to her beloved brother. The gray-haired girl is shocked to learn Teal can't write, prompting Teal to explain her limited education under her previous guardians. A dark flashback reveals the cruelty of Teal's past, where she was intentionally neglected to ensure she never surpassed Rowan. Clapping his hands, the black-haired brother offers to teach Teal in a fun way, even suggesting she start by drawing pictures. A weary sigh sounds as the others look on with a mixture of exhaustion and judgment at the brothers' overly enthusiastic behavior. Shifting the mood to serious matters, Olivier asks Ian what truly brought him there, knowing he wouldn't disguise himself for fun. Ian's expression turns cold and grave as he reveals that dangerous rumors have begun to spread regarding Olivier's new sibling. Ian clarifies that the rumors aren't just about TL, but more specifically about the hidden secrets of the entire Asterian family. The narrative details a hidden legend concerning the ability of light and the prophecy that the Leopard clan will regain its original power. Shaken to his core, Olivier wonders how such a deep secret, known only to the clan's direct descendants, could have possibly leaked. Staring into space with wide, golden eyes, Olivier realizes the terrifying implications this news has for TL's future safety. A crimson moon looms over the snowy castle as a prophecy foretells the return of Asterian and Nestian's power. TL stands radiating divine light before an observer, representing her legendary and potentially threatening new ability. The black-haired boy looks troubled, realizing those who once praised the Child of Light may now become her enemies. He scoffs at the idea of rivals, confidently asserting that no other family can match the strength of Asterian.
The gray-haired girl defiantly declares she will protect Teal, much to the surprise of her black-haired companion. Ian calmly reasons that it is unlikely the other great families would unite just to target a single child. With a cold, determined gaze, the blonde boy vows to personally handle any minor threats that come Teal's way. Ian watches over a worried Teal as he explains that his family is already preparing defensive countermeasures. In the study, the mustachioed Duke asks if the children have retired for the night, feeling the weight of the day.
The Duke laments the disaster that befell Teal during her first public outing, his expression clouded with sorrow.
A sudden, loud bang sounds as the Duke slams his desk in fury toward those targeting a 7-year-old child. The younger black-haired man reports they are suppressing rumors and increasing security to protect the children. Overwhelmed by worry, the Duke wishes Teal's legendary power could at least offer her some form of physical defense. The younger man turns away, acknowledging that this dangerous confrontation was an inevitability for someone with Teal's gift. He worries that Teal's power makes her a permanent target, even fearing the Emperor's future intentions for her. They agree that finding a foolproof way to safeguard Teal is their most urgent priority. The younger man realizes his father is plagued by the same protective instincts and fears. The Duke stares ahead, knowing exactly what his son intends to say about their precarious situation. They speak somberly of Ferdy, acknowledging the cruelty of the burden placed upon the young girl. A heavy silence fills the room as the Duke sighs, weary from the constant threats to his family. Teal, in her cub form, weeps under the covers, blaming herself for making her family everyone's enemy. A sudden, soft tap sounds as someone knocks on the door, interrupting Teal's spiral of guilt and sadness. The black-haired man enters quietly, wanting to check on Teal before she falls asleep. A sudden, loud puff sounds as Teal, startled, accidentally transforms back into her human form amidst a cloud of smoke. He apologizes for startling her, gently reassuring her that he only wanted to ensure she was resting well. He notices that a sudden, soft gasp sounds as he asks if she was crying, causing Teal to blush with embarrassment. He asks if she is worried, gently telling her that they all did their absolute best. Teal breaks down, apologizing profusely for the danger she believes her presence has brought to the Asterian family. The man looks on with a pained expression, his heart breaking for the burden the child is carrying. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as he reaches out to stroke her hair, offering a comforting touch. He explains that the schemers are at fault and describes how Teal's arrival brought light to their grieving home. Memories of the vibrant, joyful atmosphere she created fill his mind, contrasting with the family's former sorrow. Teal looks up with wide, tearful eyes as he declares that she is their ultimate joy. He offers a gentle smile, promising that they would do anything necessary to keep her safe. A sudden, soft sniffle sounds as Teal lunges forward, hugging him tightly while he reaffirms his devotion. He whispers his love to his daughter, while Teal silently resolves to protect her family in return. The scene shifts to the snowy Nestian castle, where the atmosphere is tense and expectant. A woman in a red gown and a white-haired man discuss the lack of response from their targets. The history of the 6 great families is recalled, highlighting the specialized powers that protect the empire. The white-haired man considers the possibility of 3 clans uniting to seize the powerful child. He stares out with a cold, calculating gaze, regretting the high price of losing a valuable asset. A sudden, sharp grind sounds as he clenches his teeth, frustrated by the pain and missed opportunity. The blue-eyed woman places a hand on his shoulder, urging her father not to worry because she is present. A sudden, sharp thud sounds as he rejects her comfort, insisting she doesn't understand the true value of Lena. Enraged, the white-haired man orders her to leave his sight immediately. The woman departs with a venomous glare, determined to prove herself and Rowan more useful than the late Lena. The story concludes for now with the title of the series and the production credits. A sudden, soft meow sounds as the white cub is startled by a black cat calling out to her. Rhea, now a charming orange and white cat, surprises Teal with her sudden transformation into a beastkin form. The feline Rhea explains that the staff transforms regularly to help the young Teal feel more at home. A sudden, muffled mumble sounds as Rhea gently lifts the tiny, blue-striped Teal by her fluffy kitten scruff. Rhea carries Teal through the palace, explaining that both the Asterian servants and territory residents are cat beastkins. In contrast, Olivier's family employs dog beastkins, shown as 3 dignified dogs standing in sharp, formal suits. A sudden, high-pitched creak sounds as Rhea leads Teal toward the specialized resting quarters designed for their kind. Teal stares in wonder at the box room, where dozens of cats sleep comfortably in individual cardboard boxes. A sudden, soft slide sounds as Teal nestles into her own decorated pink box, much to her delight. 2 black cats discuss the irresistible allure of boxes, even as one insists they should have outgrown them. Despite their claims of maturity, both black cats end up happily squeezed into boxes alongside the tiny Teal. A sudden, heavy thrum sounds as Teal realizes her father, Karthus, is watching their feline antics from behind. The scene shifts to a magnificent banquet table, overflowing with an array of decadent cakes, pastries, and meats. Dressed in a beautiful blue gown, the silver-haired Teal is overwhelmed by the splendor of the birthday feast. Olivier explains that the staff worked tirelessly to prepare this celebratory spread for the Crown Prince's birthday party. While Teal worries about the workload, the background reveals the Asterian chefs are fiercely dedicated to their craft. A sudden, rhythmic crunch sounds as the silver-haired girl indulges in snacks before the formal celebration even begins. A sudden, rhythmic tread sounds as Olivier is carried away by a large cat beastkin, wondering if the party started. Standing tall and regal, Ian appears in his ornate red and blue royal uniform, complete with gold embroidery and tassels. A sudden, soft pat sounds as Ian warmly greets Teal, wishing her a happy 11th birthday as she bows.
Teal glows with a determined and joyful expression, ready to celebrate her special day with her new friends.
Watching her, Ian reflects on how rewarding it must be for Teal to see her hard work pay off. A sudden, gentle scuff sounds as Ian pats Teal's head, encouraging her that she'll soon master her magical powers. A sudden, quiet thrum sounds as Olivier watches the interaction with a mixture of intense scrutiny and mounting jealousy. A sudden, playful giggle sounds as the silver-haired girl teases Olivier about his obvious fear of losing Teal's affection. Olivier stubbornly insists he is Teal's favorite, while the others playfully contest his claim with their own avatars. A sudden, sharp scrape sounds as Olivier pulls out a chair, insisting that Teal must sit directly beside him. A sudden, firm thud sounds as Ian interrupts, pulling out a different chair and claiming Teal for his side. The competition for Teal's proximity leaves her spinning in confusion, while a nearby butler waits with a giant donut. A sudden, low hum sounds as Ian reminds Teal that it's his birthday, and they previously made a deal. Olivier seethes with annoyance as Ian wins the argument, while Teal wonders why her brothers always fight. A sudden, sharp click sounds as Ian places a small, ribbon-wrapped blue gift box onto the table for Teal. Olivier questions if this small box is meant to replace the grand dress Ian had previously promised the girl.
Teal gazes at the mysterious package, her curiosity piqued as she wonders what secret treasure lies hidden inside. A sudden, soft gasp sounds as Teal's wide, golden eyes reflect the shimmering light coming from the gift box. Inside the box lies a breathtaking flower made of ice, glowing with a radiant and ethereal blue light. Olivier is visibly stunned, recognizing the legendary artifact known as the Breath of the Snowfield within the box. The silver-haired girl explains that this rare blossom only appears once every century on treacherous, frozen ice cliffs. Legend says the flower never withers and possesses the magical ability to cool the body of anyone holding it.
Olivier demands to know how Ian obtained such a rare Nestian treasure that is nearly impossible to find. Ian reveals the Emperor gifted it to him years ago, and he has now chosen to give it to Teal. Noting Teal's struggles with heat, Ian offers her the icy blossom to help regulate her fluctuating body temperature.
A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Teal's small hand reaches out to grasp the magical, glowing stem of the flower.
A sudden, breezy whistle sounds as Teal is enveloped in a cooling aura, expressing her delight at the sensation. A sudden, magical poof sounds as Teal's overwhelming joy triggers her transformation back into her small kitten form. Holding the glowing ice lily in her mouth, the tiny blue-striped kitten looks absolutely adorable and content. Teal realizes that the flower isn't freezing cold, but rather a perfect, pleasantly cool temperature for her paws. A sudden, happy chirp sounds as the kitten rolls around playfully on her cushion, clutching her new favorite toy. A sudden, heavy thud sounds as the siblings realize Ian has completely upstaged them with his thoughtful gift. A sudden, bright laugh sounds as Ian gloats over his victory, much to the annoyance of the grumpy Olivier. A sudden, soft pop sounds as Ian tells the others to stop complaining, while Teal continues her playful celebration. Teal offers Ian a return gift, her golden eyes sparkling with excitement while clutching her glowing blue lily. Surprised by her generosity, Ian listens as Teal nervously admits this is her first attempt at making a gift. A sudden, light trot sounds as Teal hurriedly runs away to retrieve her special present for the blonde-haired prince. Chibi avatars of the siblings burn with jealousy as Ian smugly notes the mounting tension at the banquet table. A sudden, heavy thud sounds as Teal reappears, struggling to carry a massive, pink, gift-wrapped box for Ian. Ian is stunned by the box's size, while Teal explains she used multiple layers to protect the fragile contents. Teal hides shyly behind the oversized gift, worrying whether Ian will truly appreciate her first-ever handmade creation. Understanding her embarrassment, Ian promises to open the mysterious gift privately once he returns to the royal palace. Peeking through the doorway, the black-haired father observes the group, noting they seem to be chatting quite happily. Watching the interaction, Karthus feels a sense of relief seeing the lonely blonde-haired prince finally enjoying himself. A sudden, heavy gloom sounds as the atmosphere at the table sours, leaving the siblings looking completely drained. Exhausted by Ian's presence, the siblings express their frustration, while Karthus wonders why the mood shifted so abruptly. As golden autumn leaves drift through the air, the narrative highlights the prince's newfound sense of happiness. A sudden, steady clip-clop sounds as Ian travels by carriage, confirming he is indeed very happy with the outing. The simple banquet spread is revealed to be the result of Asterian's consideration for Ian's dislike of grand festivities. Ian laughs heartily at the table, reflecting on how this was the most joyful and comfortable birthday he's experienced. Resting his chin on his hand, Ian smiles serenely, convinced there could be no more perfect birthday celebration. Night falls over the grand palace, bathing the stone towers and gardens in a tranquil, moonlit blue hue. A sudden, soft slide sounds as Ian unties the ribbon, eager to discover what Teal hid inside the box. A sudden, light clatter sounds as Ian begins to lift the lid, revealing a smaller, green box inside. A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Ian continues to unpack, uncovering yet another layer of Teal's excessive wrapping. A sudden, swift flurry sounds as ribbons and boxes fly through the air, Ian frantically digging for the prize. Covered in sweat, Ian stares at the mountain of discarded packaging, marveling at the sheer effort Teal put in. A sudden, final click sounds as Ian finally reaches the smallest blue box, hoping he has reached the end. Opening the final box, Ian gazes down with a look of pure astonishment at the treasure Teal prepared. A sudden, bright shimmer sounds as a golden, sacred artifact and a note with a paw print are revealed. Ian realizes he is holding a legendary sacred object and wonders how the Asterian family managed to possess it. Looking at the glowing orb, Ian contemplates his subspace, a desolate realm completely devoid of light and warmth. A dark vision reveals Ian's subspace, a ruined, shadowy room filled with broken furniture and echoes of painful memories. Ian reflects on how nothing he brings into that dark space, not even holy relics, has ever kept its light. Remembering Teal's earnest words about making her first gift, Ian's gaze softens with affection for the silver-haired girl. Surrounded by discarded boxes, Ian decides to honor Teal's wish by attempting to bring her light into his subspace. A sudden, steady tread sounds as Ian steps through a glowing blue portal, entering his dark and desolate memory room. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Ian walks through the shadows, holding the glowing orb against the oppressive gloom. A sudden, weary sounds as Ian sighs, looking away as he anticipates the light fading into nothingness. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Ian watches the glowing relic intently, hoping for a different outcome this time. A sudden, fading whoosh sounds as the light begins to dim, seemingly confirming Ian's fears about his subspace. Resigned to the loss, Ian prepares to memorize the orb's beauty before it is consumed by the encroaching shadows. A sudden, brilliant flare sounds as the light surges back with incredible intensity, catching Ian completely off guard. A magical vision reveals Teal in her silver-haired form, smiling brightly as she keeps the relic's light burning. Defying the darkness, a radiant white lotus flower blooms with a light that refuses to be swallowed by the void.
Feeling Teal's energy surrounding him, Ian smiles warmly, finally realizing that he is no longer alone in the dark.
A flashback shows Teal in bed, anxiously asking her maid if Ian will truly like the light she captured. Remembering her visit as a kitten, Teal recalls the broken things in the subspace and her desire to help. Hugging a plushie, Teal vows to bring light to that dark place so Ian will feel less lonely there. A few days later, palace maids whisper excitedly about the arrival of the famous designer, Madame Estella. Madame Estella, the pink-haired woman with glasses, reveals Ian requested a special luminaria dress for the young Teal. Karthus questions her visit, but the designer explains she only follows her own criteria when choosing her prestigious clients. Realizing the children are already learning to bargain with each other, Karthus sighs and rubs his forehead in exhaustion. Madame Estella prepares to take Teal's measurements, while Karthus decides to ask the talented woman for another favor. Madame Estella, the pink-haired designer, kindly asks Teal if there is something she would like to ask.
Taking notes, Estella finds the concept of a snow leopard with the power of light absolutely fascinating.
Teal stands confused on a stool as a maid takes her measurements, wondering what the designer's inspiration means. Madame Estella leans down, asking the silver-haired girl if she has a favorite color for her new dress. The word gold shines brightly above the grand Asterian family banner, signifying Teal's choice for her outfit. Now in her tiny kitten form, Teal sits on a cushion, nervously wondering if she is posing correctly. Overcome by Teal's cuteness, the pink-haired designer stands frozen in a state of pure, wide-eyed shock. A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Estella demands the measuring tape, determined to capture every adorable detail. Estella chases the floating kitten with a tape measure, mesmerized by the softest creature she has ever seen.
The designer's professional instincts ignite as she pledges to illuminate the sacred snow leopard through her masterwork creations.
A sudden, firm click sounds as Estella grips her briefcase, ready to begin her most important design project.
Leaving with her assistant, Estella promises TL a masterpiece while blowing an affectionate kiss toward the young girl.
The palace staff looks on with hearts in their eyes, fully understanding the designer's obsession with Teal's cuteness.
A sudden light knock sounds as Teal studies with her silver-haired sister, discussing the nuances of letter pronunciations. A green-eyed maid opens the grand doors, excitedly announcing the arrival of the professional painters at the palace. Teal and her sister prepare to head over, though Teal feels a bit nervous about the upcoming task. The blonde-haired maid reassures the girls that there is no rush, as the painters will stay for 5 days. A grumpy black kitten hides under a book, while the silver-haired sister considers asking for her own painting. Ferdy notes her father's excitement, mentioning they both struggled to reserve their own spots for the artist's time.
Walking through the hall, Teal wonders if she can endure the long process of having her portrait painted.
A group of professional artists in suits and hats marches into the palace, carrying their heavy equipment boxes.
Teal is overwhelmed by the number of people, while Karthus stands nearby to guide her through the process.
Karthus explains that multiple painters are working together to create several different pieces, while Teal sits for them.
The father mentions a grand family portrait that will eventually be displayed in the most prominent spot in the hall.
A sudden, joyful thump sounds as Teal clutches her chest, thrilled at the thought of being in the portrait. Servants carry in a massive blank canvas, preparing the space for the historic Asterian family portrait to begin. A vision reveals the finished portrait hanging grandly above the palace staircase, marking Teal's place in the family. Teal beams with happiness, hoping the painting will forever mark her as a beloved child of the Asterian house. By the 5th morning, Teal lies in bed looking completely drained, feeling the exhaustion of the long sessions.
A narrative realization highlights that staying perfectly still for days is far more difficult than the girl anticipated.
Dressed in a frilly pink gown, Teal stands stiffly, terrified that any movement might ruin the artist's hard work. Pushing through her fatigue, Teal resolves to stay strong for one last day to make her family happy. The blonde maid rushes into the room, announcing that Madame Estella's custom-made outfits have finally arrived for Teal. Teal is surprised to learn these aren't human dresses, but specially requested costumes for her beast form. A cute vision shows kitten Teal peeking out from a cabbage, illustrating the extravagant costumes Estella created. Another playful vision depicts Teal dressed as a fuzzy bumblebee, showcasing the designer's overly enthusiastic and adorable ideas. Teal even imagines herself as a sunflower in a pot, wondering just how many outfits the designer made. Considering the new clothes, Teal asks the maid if she should stay in her snow leopard form today. Teal explains that her beast form feels less tired and stays cool, thanks to the magic of Ian's flower. A sudden, grand sparkle sounds as the grandfather enters, wearing an incredibly flashy and decorated military uniform. The young siblings are stunned, noting that their grandfather's outfit is almost as extravagant as the emperor's attire. Grandfather insists that, as a family heirloom, the portrait requires his maximum effort and most impressive appearance. A sudden, bold thrum sounds as grandfather shamelessly declares his plan to act as Teal's royal footrest. The children suspect their grandfather intentionally sent their father away on work just to hog the spotlight. The sudden, quiet scuff sounds as the grandfather turns toward the entrance where the young lady is announced. A sudden, triumphant ta-da sounds as the maid presents Teal, a tiny kitten wearing a crown and cape. Karthus and the others are overwhelmed with adoration, celebrating the arrival of the legendary snow leopard princess. A sudden, rhythmic thump sounds as the mustache-wearing Stefano dotes on kitten Teal, offering his arms and lap. Ferdinand grumbles about his grandfather's constant presence, ruining his plans for a solo painting of Teal. The silver-haired girl whispers a secret plan to the boys, hoping to outsmart their overbearing grandfather. With a mischievous grin, she reveals she bribed one of the painters to get the results they desired. She demands payment for the 3 extra paintings she ordered, leaving the dark-haired siblings completely shocked. Alternatively, she offers to trade the paintings for a special favor during the upcoming Luminaria Festival instead. A sudden, swift zoom sounds as the dark-haired girl agrees to the deal, while throwing a black plushie. Teal looks absolutely precious in her kitten form, lounging on a frilly cushion, wearing a pink ruffled bonnet. The kitten poses with pure joy inside a blue top hat decorated with ribbons and delicate flowers. Drained and broke, the siblings collapse in despair after spending all their money on Teal's countless adorable outfits. Despite their secret plans, Stefano continues to hog Teal, capturing every solo portrait of the girl for himself. Ferdy tries to hide his disappointment with a tearful smile, pretending he is satisfied with just one painting. Desperate for a portrait, the silver-haired girl suggests a secret mission to steal a painting from their grandfather's room. A sudden, sharp clap sounds as she realizes she completely forgot about an important task for the day. A brand green carriage arrives at the sunlit estate, signaling the return of significant Wolfgang family members. A sudden, smooth slide sounds as a hand is offered to help the visitors exit the carriage. The narrative shifts to the magnificent Asterian palace, where a sense of melancholy and past sadness lingers. Stefano, the silver-haired head of the Wolfgang family, enters the grand palace with a bright and joyous expression. A dark-haired woman reflects on the child of the late Lena, expressing a bittersweet hope for their meeting. Radiant and expectant, the dark-haired woman Etienne expresses her intense eagerness to finally meet her niece, Tiel. A sudden, bright flash sounds as Stefano calls out to greet Karthus within the opulent grand hall. Karthus welcomes Stefano, acknowledging that it has been quite a long time since he last visited the mansion. Stefano notes that Olivier has become completely enchanted by Tiel, based on the child's frequent and excited letters. Karthus agrees, mentioning that while Teal is wonderful, her way of expressing intense affection can be quite overwhelming. Stefano feels a sense of warmth, noting the house feels bright again, just like when Sister Lena was there. The 2 men walk through the hall, acknowledging that the entire family has been saved by Teal's presence. Light filters through the ornate windows of the palace, symbolizing the hope and light Teal has brought back. The silver-haired girl urges her mother Etienne to stop hesitating and greet the long-awaited girl immediately. Etienne is overcome with emotion, her hand pressed to her chest as she struggles to stay calm and collected. In a bright yellow dress, silver-haired Teal approaches, wondering if her Aunt Etienne is simply feeling shy.
A sudden, soft tread sounds as Teal decides to be the one to bridge the distance first. Standing tall, the silver-haired TL introduces herself with a polite greeting to the hesitant Aunt Etienne.
A sudden, shaky reach sounds as Etienne extends a trembling hand toward the young, golden-eyed girl. A sudden, gentle pat sounds as Etienne touches Teal's hair, amazed by her striking resemblance to Lena. A sudden, firm squeeze sounds as Etienne collapses to her knees, pulling Teal into a tearful, emotional hug. Crying with pure relief, Etienne holds Teal close, expressing her profound joy at finally seeing Lena's child. A sudden, soft pat sounds as Teal comfortingly taps Etienne's back during their deeply emotional family embrace. Etienne continues to hold Teal in the sun-drenched hall, feeling the warmth Teal has brought to Asterion. A sudden, rhythmic trot sounds as the group moves through a quiet, sunlit hallway toward a special destination. A sudden, quiet pace sounds as Teal asks if her aunt and uncle will be staying for long. Etienne explains they must return to Wolfgang soon, though she wishes they could stay longer for the girl. A sudden, thunderous boom sounds as the silver-haired girl expresses her shock at leaving Teal behind so soon. Etienne reminds her daughter that as the Wolfgang heir, she must return home to fulfill her many responsibilities. A sudden, heavy creak sounds as a hand turns the ornate handle of a long-closed palace door. Etienne leads Teal into a pristine room, explaining it was meticulously cleaned specifically for this important showing. Etienne admits that Carthus still finds it too painful and difficult to enter this particular room on his own.
A magical vision reveals the truth. This room belonged to Teal's mother, Lena, a radiant, silver-haired beauty.
Teal gazes around the room in wide-eyed awe, realizing she is standing in her mother's private sanctuary. A sudden, light slide sounds as Etienne approaches a dresser, ready to share the treasures hidden inside. Etienne's hand searches through a dresser drawer, uncovering letters and a beautifully decorated box among her treasures. With a gentle smile, the dark-haired Etienne pulls out a blue garment to give to the curious Teal. Teal holds the small blue shirt in her hands, gazing down at the gift with quiet wonder and uncertainty. Etienne explains with warmth that Teal's mother, Lena, personally made this special item just for her beloved daughter. A flashback reveals the silver-haired Lena knitting with intense focus, though a sudden, frustrated tsk sounds over her mistakes. Lena struggles with the uneven sleeves, while the younger Etienne watches her friend's uncharacteristic hobby with light-hearted amusement. Laughing softly, Etienne reflects on how love has transformed the once intimidating Lena into a dedicated, doting mother-to-be. The scene shifts to the majestic mountains of Nestian, the snow-covered homeland of the legendary snow leopard tribe. Looking back with admiration, Etienne remarks on Lena's incredible spirit and the profound strength she possessed throughout her life. Holding her completed work, the silver-haired Lena looks forward to her child being as strong and resilient as herself. Radiating joy, Lena expresses her excitement to meet her child, whom she already considers wonderful and deeply lovable. During a sunny picnic with kittens, Lena vows to shower her precious baby with a love greater than anything. Etienne turns away, assuring Teal that her mother's love was absolute and her arrival was eagerly anticipated every day. Outside a snow-battered castle, the narrative notes Lena's hardships and the desperate measures she took to protect her child. Clutching the garment, Teal listens as Etienne reveals that Lena loved her daughter even more than her own life. Dark thoughts weigh on Teal as she wonders if her mother truly resented her for the pain of birth. Teal recalls sneaking as a kitten to see Lena's portrait, yet her fear prevented her from looking properly. Overwhelmed by guilt,
The kitten Teal felt unforgivable, unable to speak the words of longing held in her heart. The image of the late Lena appears like a distant memory, her golden eyes reflecting a mother's eternal devotion. A sudden, shaky sob sounds as Teal clutches the blue shirt tightly, her voice trembling as she calls for her mother.
Giving in to her grief, Teal cries out in a tearful release, finally feeling the warmth of her mother's love.
Surrounded by blooming flowers, Teal stands firm as a magical aura shimmers around her small, green-clad feet. Stefano and a young silver-haired girl stand together, their expressions reflecting the bittersweet legacy of the Asterian family. The mustache-wearing Stefano observes the room, his eyes filled with a quiet understanding of the family's deep emotional journey. A dark-haired man breaks down in tears, covering his face as a comforting hand rests upon his shaking shoulder. Etienne places a hand on Teal's head in the sunlit hall, offering her the warmest expression of comfort and love. Transforming into a kitten, Teal nuzzles the blue garment, finding peace and comfort in her mother's lingering, cozy scent. The two black kittens peer into the room, noting how Teal has spent much more time in Lena's sanctuary lately. Rolling around under her new blanket, the brothers agree to stay by Teal's side, their hearts softened by her presence despite their attempts at maturity. A few years ago, the two black kittens huddled together on a cushion, whispering about how they missed their mother. A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as one brother scolds the other, fearing their father would be saddened by their words. The two kittens begin to wrestle in a flurry of limbs and dust, their play fueled by shared, unspoken grief. Their play turns to shared sorrow as the kittens tumble together, both crying out for their missing mother in unison. Back in the present, a sudden, heavy tread sounds as the massive black panther enters the room with a watchful gaze. The panther pauses, looking over at the three kittens huddled together on the bench in a peaceful, exhausted sleep. Watching over them, the beast reflects on how well Lena's children are growing up, despite the many past hardships. The black panther lies down beside the kittens, providing a massive, warm shield of protection for his sleeping family. Stefano enters the grand room with wide arms, marveling at how much the black-haired twins have grown since his last visit. He jokingly offers the boys a ride, causing the teenagers to sweat and decline the offer with polite embarrassment. As kittens fly playfully through the air, Etienne asks if Stefano will also be leaving for the capital soon. Stefano explains there is no rush, as the capital villa is still being prepared for the upcoming festivities. Sitting for tea, Etienne and Stefano discuss logistics, deciding Wolfgang's side should handle the transport of the family's supplies. Entering the room, Teal asks about the villa, learning that all major noble families stay near the imperial palace. Teal clenches her dress, worried about facing the other nobles who previously declared House Asterian as their sworn enemy. Stefano tosses the kittens playfully into the air, reassuring Teal that their combined house strength is beyond any threat. Emboldened by his words, Teal vows to show the world the true, formidable strength of the Asterian family. Etienne laughs, noting that Teal's fiery determination and competitive spirit remind her of the family's glory days. Patting Teal's head, Etienne reveals that Teal's mother and father also shared their first meeting at the Luminaria Festival. Etienne laughs at a memory of an ambush, while the dark-haired man looks away, slightly embarrassed by the old story. A sudden, low growl sounds as the festive streets prepare for a momentous occasion under the bright blue sky. A sudden, soft meow sounds as young Lena playfully bites Carthus, much to the alarm of their watching caretakers. The black kitten is tossed high into the air while onlookers whisper about the future of the Asterian heir. Years pass as the silver-haired Lena formally greets Carthus,
noting the significant time since their last encounter.
Looking flustered, the black-haired Karthus reacts with irritation as Lena teasingly asks if his old bite marks have healed. Lena leans in close, delighted to discover that the mark she left on Karthus is actually still visible. Transforming back into a kitten, Lena lunges forward with a playful threat to leave a new mark on his face. Back in the present, the adult Karthus covers his face in deep embarrassment while reflecting on those childhood memories.
Teal adjusts her green hair ribbons, wondering if her grandfather truly understood her mother's playful and spirited nature.
3 days later, a grand carriage bearing a golden crown travels along the path toward its next important destination.
A sudden, loud wail sounds as the silver-haired girl clings to Stefano, crying out a final farewell to Teal.
Waving goodbye, the silver-haired Teal promises to do her homework as the crying girl's face fades into a memory. Stefano and Etienne finalize their travel plans, agreeing to meet again at the capital villa upon their arrival.
A sudden, steady trot sounds as the carriage departs, leaving Teal behind with wishes for her to stay safe.
Teal watches the departure while her black-haired brothers engage in a light-hearted scuffle in the background of the hall.
Noticing her quiet expression, the dark-haired Karthus asks Teal if she feels sad about their family members leaving.
Karthus places a comforting hand on Teal's head, assuring her that they will all see each other again soon. Mentioning a special gift that just arrived, Karthus leads Teal through the palace toward a surprise waiting in her room. Teal follows her father with curious eyes as he explains that the gift has already been placed inside her sanctuary.
Karthus opens the door to Teal's bedroom, directing her attention toward the nightstand sitting beside her large, golden bed. A simple yet elegant picture frame rests on the table, holding a treasure Karthus specially prepared for his daughter. A sudden, light click sounds as Teal picks up the frame, her eyes widening as she sees what's inside.
The painting reveals a beautiful silver-haired Lena holding a young Teal, capturing a mother's love in a single image.
Karthus explains that he commissioned the painters to create this small piece so Teal could always keep her mother close.
Teal's eyes fill with tears of joy as Karthus assures her that Lena would be very happy with this.
Overcome with gratitude, Teal hugs the framed painting tightly and thanks her father for the incredibly thoughtful and precious gift. Late at night, Teal transforms into a white kitten and falls asleep while protectively hugging the picture of her mother. The sleeping kitten dreams of carrying the portrait everywhere, hoping her mother will visit her in her peaceful dreams. In a sweet vision, Teal imagines a sunny picnic where she shares tea and delicious pie with her radiant mother. Teal's heart whispers a silent invitation for her mother to visit her anytime, surrounded by a warm and magical glow.
In a dark, mysterious void, a woman with long, golden hair and a crown stands silently as power gathers. A sudden, sharp click sounds as the mysterious woman commands the path to open, her golden eyes glowing with intent. A sudden, low roar sounds as a massive red portal erupts, and the regal woman stands before the swirling energy. A sudden, light rustle sounds as the woman prepares to step through the gateway, her long gown trailing behind her. The red portal remains active in the darkness, signaling that a bridge between worlds has finally been successfully established. The scene shifts to the magnificent Capitol Villa, a grand white palace surrounded by perfectly manicured gardens and fountains. Teal and her black-haired brother arrive at the gates, marveling at the massive size of their new temporary home. Karthus explains that their quick journey was possible thanks to horses blessed with the incredible power of the wind. Excitement fills the air as Karthus reveals they have redecorated Teal's room specifically to make her feel at home. Teal peeks through the door with wide eyes, eager to see the new sanctuary prepared for her in the capital.
The room is a vision of pink and gold, decorated with elegant furniture and blooming lilies that TL finds beautiful. Teal spots a collection of dolls and toys, realizing how hard everyone worked to prepare for her special arrival. Her brother notes Teal's joy, but jokingly suggests she might be left behind after the festival, causing her immediate concern. Teal is shocked by his tease, her emotions causing a sudden, bright sparkle to emanate from her small, clutched box. A sudden, bright flash sounds as Teal's magical aura erupts from her feet, surrounding her in a swirl of light. Her brother asks if she's excited again, while Teal explains she has actually been getting better at controlling her powers. Standing on a grand platform, the silver-haired Teal looks out at the villa, her presence highlighted by shimmering golden light. Two glowing white fish spirits manifest in the room, swirling gracefully through the air around the surprised young girl. The black-haired boy watches in fascination as the magical spirits begin to circle TL in a rhythmic and unusual pattern. A sudden rhythmic tap sounds as Teal reaches toward the spirits, deeply curious about why they are acting so differently today. A tuxedo-clad butler bows respectfully, announcing the Crown Prince's dramatic arrival to the waiting young lady and master. Ferdy and Wolfgang express their shared exhaustion over Prince Ian's flair for the dramatic as they arrive at the villa. Teal looks up with wide, surprised eyes, her heart racing at the sudden mention of Lord Ian's unexpected presence. Panic seizes Teal as she realizes the magical light on her hands has suddenly vanished into thin air. The scene shifts to a grand, sun-drenched room where light spills through tall, ornate windows onto the polished floors. Elegant green chairs sit empty beside a small table adorned with blue flowers in the quiet, sunlit drawing room. A brown-haired man in a formal dark suit looks on with concern, asking the prince if he is tired. Ian, looking weary in his black and red military uniform, rubs his forehead and complains of a nagging headache. The aide decides to leave Ian to rest while he goes to greet the Marquis, leaving the prince alone. The sudden, soft sigh sounds as Ian exhales deeply, his expression clouded with lingering frustration and heavy exhaustion. Ian reflects on the suffocating pressure from the elders to choose a crown princess and marry immediately after the festival. Dark, swirling energy manifests around Ian's palm, manifesting as a mysterious black smoke that he watches with deep concern. A sudden, soft hum sounds as a small, pitch-black portal begins to expand directly above the prince's open hand. Ian panics as a black energy encircles his hand, wondering why this strange phenomenon keeps manifesting in his presence. A sudden, soft knock sounds at the door, causing Ian to look back in surprise and hide his hand. Teal enters the room with a radiant smile, brightly asking Ian if he has been doing well since they met. Ian gazes at Teal with a soft, mesmerized expression, his previous worries momentarily fading away at the sight of her. Teal rushes forward with excitement, eagerly asking if her custom dress from Madame Estella has finally arrived at the manor. Ian begins to mention a gift, but Teal suddenly cuts him off with a panicked shout, asking him to wait. A sudden, loud puff sounds as a large cloud of smoke erupts on the table, startling the crown prince. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as a long, spotted tail pokes out from beneath the glass cake dome. Teal, now in her fluffy cub form, grumbles under the glass, while Ian wonders if she can hear him. A sudden, sharp click sounds as Ian lifts the dome, revealing the wide-eyed, adorable white cub hidden beneath it. Ian pulls the soft cub into a warm embrace, smiling as he finds comfort in her presence and fur. He thanks Teal, explaining how her radiant presence has brought much-needed light to his dark and lonely subdimension. The little white cub rests her tiny paw against Ian's uniform, looking up at him with innocent, curious eyes. A sudden, soft thud sounds as the cub jumps from his arms, leaving Ian staring at his empty hands. Ian is stunned to realize the dark energy that was previously stuck to his hand has completely vanished.
Wolfgang and Ferdy peek through the doorway, impatiently asking if the prince and Teal are finally done talking.
A sudden, loud shout sounds as the siblings bicker over their arrival time, while the grand villa stands behind them. The story moves forward to the next afternoon, with golden sunlight streaming through the elaborate pink curtains.
Etienne, dressed in a regal blue gown, warns Ria to be careful walking because of the long, heavy skirt. Lady Etienne hands a travel bag to the maid, ensuring that Teal has everything she needs for the outing. Teal's father, wearing a lavish gold-trimmed uniform, thanks Etienne for her help despite her busy schedule with Wolfgang. Etienne bids them farewell, promising to meet the family at the plaza later this evening for the grand festivities.
A sudden, sharp tap sounds as the black-haired man turns away, heading toward the door to find his daughter. A sudden, heavy stomp sounds as the man marches forward, determined to show his precious daughter to the world.
Teal stands ready in a breathtaking white and gold debutante gown, looking up at her father with nervous anticipation.
Deep purple silhouettes represent the many judgmental eyes that will be watching Teal's every move during her public debut. Her father promises that he, their family, and the entire Asterian knightly order will stand by her side to protect her. Overjoyed by his reassurance, Teal smiles brightly and replies with a confident nod as her golden eyes sparkle with hope.
The black-haired man offers a final, encouraging smile before leading the way out of the grand Asterian estate.
A diagram displays the sentimental contents of Teal's bag, including her mother's picture frame and some hidden pie.
A sudden, loud roar sounds as the crowds cheer while nobles begin their procession into the massive Luminaria Plaza. 5 flags fly proudly in the center of the arena, representing the great houses that serve as the empire's shield.
The Duke and his son lead the way into the arena, drawing immediate attention and whispers from the crowd.
A top-down view shows Teal walking nervously between the tall men as the surrounding crowd looks on with curiosity. The onlookers whisper in awe, identifying the beautiful child as the legendary Teal Asterian, the possessor of light power.
Teal feels the weight of the many stares, her heart fluttering with nervousness as she hears the constant murmuring.
Wolfgang's fierce protection makes Teal laugh, her anxiety melting away as she feels the warmth of her brother's love. Teal waves energetically to the crowd as her brothers shout her name and playfully tell each other to be quiet.
Looking toward the stands, the silver-haired Teal hears her brother mention their seats are located right next to Wolfgang.
Teal's expression softens as she turns her gaze toward the other side of the arena, sensing a change in atmosphere. Across the way, Rowan stands beside Aunt Cornelia, their cold presence causing Teal to recoil in a sudden, sharp shock.
Beside them, the silver-haired man looks on with a distant expression as the festival's events continue to unfold. A sudden, rhythmic thump sounds as the man's icy blue eyes narrow, radiating an intense and somewhat intimidating aura. Memories of past struggles flash through Teal's mind before her black-haired brother pulls her into a sudden, protective hug.
Feeling the warmth of her brother's presence, Teal looks up at him with wide, startled eyes and a soft whisper.
Her black-haired brother offers a fierce, protective gaze, assuring Teal that no one present has the power to harm her.
Clinging to his sleeve, Teal gives a nervous but determined nod as the atmosphere in the arena shifts toward anticipation.
A sudden, loud blast sounds as trumpeters announce the grand entrance of the Emperor and the young Crown Prince, Ian. Lord Ian enters with a cold, distant expression, causing the watching crowd to whisper about his remarkably charming yet icy demeanor. Standing at the podium, the golden-haired emperor waves to the cheering citizens, ready to deliver his highly anticipated opening address.
A sudden, soft slide sounds as the emperor approaches the magical loudspeaker, focusing the entire stadium's attention on his words.
The emperor explains the significance of Luminaria, while the nobles whisper among themselves about his unusual and unexpected opening remarks. Extending a hand, the emperor commands Teal Asterion to come forward, surprising the silver-haired girl and her watchful brother.
Teal stares in stunned silence, completely caught off guard by the emperor's sudden and public summons during the grand ceremony.
A sudden, sharp grind sounds as the man with the mustache reacts with visible frustration, fearing this exact moment. A sudden, firm tap sounds as Karthus places a hand on the man's shoulder, warning him that he is frightening Teal. Turning to Teal with a gentle smile, Karthus encourages her to step forward, assuring her that everything will be all right. A sudden, steady step sounds as Teal begins her long walk up the grand staircase toward the emperor's waiting podium. Looking down at the small girl, the emperor asks if she has truly awakened her legendary and long-awaited light ability.
Teal nervously confirms her power, while the emperor asks if she is capable of summoning the sacred light right now. The emperor declares that Teal should be the one to officially open the festivities, calling the event her own show. Commanding Teal to show her power to the gathered citizens, the emperor prepares the crowd for a truly momentous display.
A sudden, light sparkle sounds as Teal concentrates, drawing upon her recent practice to summon a glowing orb of light. A sudden, massive roar sounds as an explosion of golden light erupts from Teal, illuminating the entire stadium with brilliance. The crowd gasps in awe as the radiant light washes over them, leaving the onlookers completely mesmerized by the display. A sudden, sharp snap sounds as the emperor signals for the heads of the other major houses to begin their contributions. A sudden, hot crackle sounds as the mustache man summons a roaring flame, representing his house's formidable elemental strength and power. Elements of wind, ice, and fire shoot into the night sky as white fish spirits begin to manifest and dance. A sudden, rhythmic whoosh sounds as the elemental powers and fish spirits swirl together in a breathtaking, harmonious celestial display. The noble women marvel at the beautiful sight, noting how the fish of light seem to be embracing the elemental powers. A sudden, soft glide sounds as a shimmering fish spirit swims through the starry sky, trailing a path of light. Fireworks burst over the grand stadium as a joyful crowd celebrates the successful opening of the long-awaited Luminaria Festival. Watching from his seat, Karthus looks on with a prideful expression, pleased to see his daughter's incredible and successful performance. The emperor proudly announces that the Master of Light has returned, declaring that darkness no longer has a place here. Smiling brightly, Teal listens as the emperor officially begins the festival, while Ian watches her from the background with silence. Looking deeply troubled, the young Lord Ian wonders what the emperor is thinking by putting Teal in such a spotlight. Overcome by exhaustion, Teal transforms into a small white kitten and flops down, letting out a tired, soft puff. Holding the melting kitten, the silver-haired girl listens as Teal's brother remarks on how exhausting the massive task was. The silver-haired girl laughs, recalling how fantastic the ceremony became once Teal added her unique and powerful sacred light. Teal's brother grins mischievously, mentioning how Rowan Nestian looked absolutely green with jealousy during Teal's magnificent and successful performance. A sudden, sharp perk sounds as the kitten's ears twitch, surprised and delighted to hear that her rival was jealous. The group jokingly gossips about Rowan's plain clothes and financial troubles, making the kitten feel slightly like a playful villain. A sudden, low murmur sounds as the commoners and nobles alike discuss the incredible and unforgettable opening ceremony of Luminaria.
Noblewomen huddled together whisper about Teal's legendary light, wondering if the rumors of its healing properties are actually true. The gossiping nobles speculate about House Asterian's greed and notice the royal golden symbol prominently displayed on the young princess's dress.
Looking at Teal from behind, the women notice the signature embroidery of Madame Estella, wondering how Asterian secured such a commission.
The crown glows brilliantly as the nobles whisper a shocking theory that Teal may have been chosen as the crown princess.
Festive banners hang over the peaceful town as the next day of the Luminaria festival begins.
Teal enjoys the vibrant festival atmosphere, happily snacking while carrying her unique and cozy cabbage-themed disguise.
A sudden, light rustle sounds as Teal notes the heavy imperial security, ensuring a peaceful environment for everyone.
The black-haired boy promises to protect Teal, who proudly shows off her clever and adorable vegetable-themed concealment.
Teal's brother questions the source of her disguise, and she reveals it was crafted by Madame Estella. Chibi Teal believes they are unrecognizable, while whispers about the children of great houses spread through the crowd.
Confident in their group's strength, Teal smiles playfully, unaware of the watchful figure trailing closely behind them.
A sudden, low murmur sounds as the cloaked man follows the children, feeling a deep sense of unease.
Despite the heavy presence of Imperial guards, the cloaked man worries about potential threats from the gathered nobles. He resolves to watch from the shadows, while Teal's brother playfully uses fire magic to toast a marshmallow.
A sudden, soft sizzle sounds as the boy offers the treat to the delighted kitten hiding in the cabbage. The cloaked man peeks from a corner, his expression softening as he watches the children enjoy their snacks. Nearby noblewomen gossip about the Asterian children as the boy continues to prepare treats for his sister. The women are surprised to see the Asterian heirs acting so casually, contradicting their cold and distant reputations. A sudden, quiet scuff sounds as a local vendor approaches the children's group to get their attention.
Teal is shocked when the vendor immediately identifies her, recognizing her even through her kitten form disguise.
Smiling warmly, the vendor offers a bag of heart-shaped sweets as a gift of gratitude to the young princess. A sudden, light sniff sounds as the curious kitten takes a moment to examine the gifted candy. Other vendors quickly swarm Teal, eagerly offering a variety of treats and snacks to their beloved Master of Light. Her brother marvels at Teal's sudden popularity, realizing just how much the citizens truly adore her. The vendor explains that her light brings hope, expressing deep gratitude for the grace she has shared. Teal looks down in quiet contemplation, wondering if her newfound powers truly carry such profound significance for everyone. The black-haired brother turns as a mocking voice suddenly challenges the validity of Teal's legendary abilities. Sterling Iker introduces himself with an arrogant smirk, dismissing Teal's powers as nothing more than simple fireworks. He continues his mockery, claiming that her abilities are strange and entirely unthreatening to anyone of real strength. Her brother bristles with anger at the insult, while Sterling continues to belittle the legendary light power. A sudden, loud thwack sounds as Sterling is struck on the head by his own furious father. Clyde Iger demands a sudden and immediate apology from his son, much to the surprise of the children. Sterling protests the harsh treatment, while Teal watches the family drama unfold with a look of pure bewilderment. Cloud's eyes narrow as he observes the children, his mind already spinning with a calculated and opportunistic plan. The kitten remains still and silent, watching the strange interaction between the two noble families very closely.
Bowing deeply, Cloud Iker offers a formal apology to the young snow leopard for his son's rudeness.
Ferdy coolly accepts the apology, but firmly warns Marquis Iker to keep a tighter leash on his son. The black-haired boy reminds Cloud of Teal's royal status, asserting that the Asterian name is not to be disrespected. Cloud puts on a polite front, privately seething at the brat's impudence while deciding to yield for now.
He views this encounter as a rare opportunity, plotting to exploit the legendary prophecy for his house's benefit.
Cloud believes Teal's light can restore the Leopard clan's power and seeks to control it for himself. He envisions marrying Teal into his family to seize Asterian's weaknesses and amplify his own house's strength. Cloud attempts to charm the boy, suggesting a sudden marriage proposal to cement a powerful alliance between families. With a forced smile, Cloud reaches out to suggest an outing, trying to lure the children away. A sudden, cold chill sounds as Marquis Celeste appears behind Cloud, demanding to know his true intentions.
Cloud is visibly shaken by the sudden appearance of the Marquis, stammering out a weak and desperate excuse.
Celeste reveals he skipped the gathering to protect his children, questioning why Cloud has also avoided his duties. Marquis Warren lies about his presence, while Celeste sees right through his flimsy attempt to lure the kids. Celeste sternly accuses the man of trying to steal his children, causing Cloud to flinch in sudden fear. He dismisses Ferdy and the others, telling them to continue their sightseeing while he handles the Marquis personally. With a sudden, gentle smile, Celeste reminds his children to wash their hands after playing in the streets. Ferdy responds with a bright, joyful smile, relieved to have his father's powerful presence nearby. Cloud remains frozen in place, sweating profusely under the intense and suffocating gaze of the protective Marquis. A sudden, dark aura sounds as Celeste invites Cloud for a private talk about the dangers of kidnapping.
Cloud Iker breaks into a cold sweat, his ambitious plan unraveling as Celeste forces him into a corner.
Ferdy holds a bundle of sweets, relieved that his father appeared just in time to end the confrontation. Olivier carries the kitten Teal, expressing her deep distaste for the slimy and unpleasant behavior of the Ikers. A sudden, sharp perk sounds as the kitten TL reacts to an unsettling, strange feeling coiling over her. An oppressive, dark energy begins to wrap around Teal, making her feel as though something disgusting is clinging to her. Olivier notices Teal's distress and asks if she is okay, worried by the kitten's sudden and visible discomfort. The chilling sensation vanishes as abruptly as it appeared, leaving the confused kitten wondering what just happened. The scene shifts to the grand stadium where the massive tower for the Luminaria competition stands ready. Teal, now disguised as a blue-haired girl, marvels at the massive and impressive tower that has appeared in the plaza. The competition is announced as a prestigious event where noble houses prove their strength to the citizens. Celeste explains that, unlike the opening ceremony, this event features heirs battling using their unique elemental powers. He details that only non-adult heirs can participate, confirming Ferdy will enter as House Asterian's representative. Teal sits on a grand throne beside Ferdy, listening as he recalls his previous victory in the competition. Ferdy grins confidently, believing Teal's presence will keep him in peak condition for the upcoming battle. Teal enthusiastically promises to cheer as hard as possible, her eyes sparkling with determination to support her brother. A sudden, low trumpet blast sounds as the heirs of the noble houses begin to enter the arena. Teal spots Sterling entering the grounds, noting his uncharacteristically timid and nervous appearance after yesterday's talk. Ferdy asks what his father discussed with the Ikers, and Celeste coolly admits to talking sense into them.
Teal is captivated by a young lady with beautiful pink and green hair entering the competition grounds.
A sudden, joyful hug sounds as Olivier rushes to greet the flower-like girl, showing their close friendship. Watching the girls, Teal wonders what it would be like to have a close friend her own age.
Ferdy identifies Rowan Nestian walking below, and Teal reacts with a sudden, sharp jolt of surprise.
Rowan walks confidently into the arena as Ferdy notes her early entry into the competition at age 7.
Celeste reflects on House Nestian's past, mentioning Lena, who made headlines as the youngest champion at age 6.
High-ranking nobles watch from the balcony, openly doubting whether Rowan has the talent to manage the competition.
Teal is shocked to see the crown prince seated even closer than during the previous day's opening ceremony. She realizes Rowan is a candidate for crown princess, which could lead to a future royal marriage.
Looking down at the arena, the crown prince reflects on the hype surrounding House Nestian's young mutt.
A sudden, light patter sounds as Rowan determinedly rushes toward the crown prince's seating area to speak.
Rowan's family looks on in shock as they realize she has run off toward the royal family.
The blonde crown prince stares blankly as the young girl approaches him with bold, uninvited confidence. Bowing politely, Rowan introduces herself to the prince, completely undeterred by the presence of his guards.
Rowan confesses she wanted to see the prince more often, expressing her excitement to finally be at the capital.
Feeling unwell and irritated, the crown prince looks at Rowan with a dark, bothered expression of pure annoyance.
A sudden, sharp thud sounds as the prince prepares to reject the idea of a marriage alliance with Rowan. A sudden, firm shove sounds as the prince commands Rowan to get lost, flatly rejecting her marriage prospects.
The blonde prince stands tall and speaks Rowan's full name, leaving her completely stunned by his cold dismissal.
Rowan is left gasping in shock and humiliation as the prince turns his back on her in the arena.
A sudden, sweeping whoosh sounds as the crown prince walks away, ignoring the distraught girl behind him.
The prince offers a brief apology to Ferdy as he walks away, leaving Rowan alone on the stairs.
Rowan remains frozen in disbelief as the scene transitions to the official commencement of the heirs competition.
Turning to face the crowd, the prince declares his authority to preside over the competition, symbolizing the empire's future.
Sterling and Teal listen as the prince warns that any acts straying from the rules will not be tolerated.
He announces that the winner of this competition will be granted one single wish of their choosing. A sudden, loud trumpet sounds as the prince gives the command for the Luminaria competition to finally begin.
A massive magical circle appears before the tower, signaling the start of the elemental summoning phase.
The narrator explains that the competition is a battle where summoned beasts compete to reach the tower's summit. A sudden, hot crackle sounds as a fire beast is summoned, its power dependent on its master's ability. Each floor is protected by magical barriers that the summoned creatures must break through to advance upward. A sudden, sharp snap sounds as the summoned beasts line up, ready to fight and climb toward victory. A sudden, loud shout sounds as the competition officially begins, sending magical creatures racing toward the massive tower. Ferdy explains that the heirs can either choose to cooperate or hinder one another during the frantic climb.
Teal tilts her head in curiosity, questioning why anyone would choose to hinder others instead of working together.
A sudden, hot roar sounds as the Asterian creature bursts through the first barrier with impressive, blazing speed. The black-haired boy warns that being incapacitated by an attack leads to immediate disqualification from the intense race.
Olivier grumbles about the annoyance of the trial, while Ferdy confidently declares his readiness to secure a victory.
A sudden, triumphant cheer sounds as the white wolf creature belonging to Wolfgang successfully reaches the second floor.
Teal clasps her hands together in pure joy, cheering for her brother and Olivier's cool and masterful performance. Noblewomen in the stands gossip about Wolfgang's impressive performance, noting his family's strong maternal ties to House Asterion.
A man in a blue coat remarks that House Nestian is finally participating again after a long absence.
Rowan struggles desperately to keep up, her expression strained as she falls behind the other more capable heirs.
A woman with wavy silver hair listens as the crowd whispers doubts about Nestian's current strength and air.
The silver-haired Marquis clenches his jaw in fury, seething at the public questioning of his granddaughter's noble qualifications.
Narrative text recalls the legendary Lena, who dominated the competition for 12 straight years as its undisputed champion.
The Leopard clan's high expectations are revealed, as they hoped the girl would at least show meaningful presence.
A sudden, sharp thud sounds as the Marquis slams his cane, enraged by Rowan's humiliating lack of ability. The silver-haired woman grits her teeth in a silent, terrifying rage at the heir's failure to perform adequately. Rowan clenches her fist until her knuckles turn white, watching the other summons soar far above her own. She rages internally against her own creature, blaming the summon for her embarrassing struggle on the lower floors.
A sudden, sharp chime sounds as Rowan's icy creature finally manages to shatter the barrier holding it back. Rowan gasps with a sudden, hopeful smile, realizing her creature has finally ascended toward the third floor at last.
A sudden, chaotic crash sounds as several creatures collide in midair, causing a tumble of glowing magical beasts.
The heirs watch in frustration as their summons fall, with the pink-haired girl looking on in stunned disappointment. A plant-like summon tangles its rivals as a girl offers a mock apology for seizing the lead so ruthlessly.
A sudden, low gasp sounds as Rowan watches the chaos, completely stunned by the aggressive tactics of her rivals.
Rowan screams in a fit of pure, unbridled frustration, hating how difficult everything has become for her alone. A sudden, massive roar sounds as the crowd erupts in cheers, signaling the official end of the competition. The blonde crown prince steps forward to announce the final rankings, declaring House Asterion the overall winner today. The Marquis of Nestian looks on in absolute horror as his house is officially relegated to a humiliating fifth.
His hand trembles with a sudden, violent shake, overcome by the shame of such a public and low ranking.
Ferdy walks forward with calm grace, while the distraught Rowan is left standing in the background, completely ignored.
The prince declares that the winner is entitled to a single wish, inviting Ferdy to speak his heart's desire.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as the Marquis hears Ferdy's bold request for House Nestian's precious family treasure. The crown prince looks deeply annoyed while a small bear spirit rages at Ferdy's calculated and opportunistic timing. Ferdy offers a triumphant smirk, knowing he has won, while his small black cat spirit dances with mischievous glee. Standing abruptly in shock, the Marquis questions why House Asterion would ever need a treasure meant for the cold. Ferdy looks on with unwavering determination, stating that no treasure matters more than protecting his beloved little sister. A sudden, soft gasp sounds as Teal looks at her brother with wide eyes, moved by his profound declaration. The crown prince closes his eyes and sighs, deciding to uphold the competition's tradition despite the clear noble tension. He explains that while the treasure must be shared, the Empire's long-standing traditions of victory must be honored. A sudden, shrill scream sounds as Rowan protests from the stairs, demanding to know why she is being ignored. She rages against the decision, shouting insults and refusing to accept that a half-blood would receive their treasure.
The crowd erupts into a sudden, shocked murmur as noblewomen whisper about Rowan's disgraceful and scandalous lack of composure. A sudden, thunderous roar sounds as the Marquis commands Rowan to be silent and feel shame for her outburst.
Marquis Celeste protectively covers Teal's ears while calmly stating his intention to follow the Crown Prince's imperial will. Bowing deeply in humiliation, the Marquis of Nestian offers a desperate apology for his granddaughter's unforgivable and rude behavior. The blonde prince stares blankly at the scene, internally lamenting the messy and dramatic turn the day has taken. Rowan stands alone and trembling in the center of the arena, crushed by the weight of her public humiliation. A moment of dark transition follows, signaling the end of the competition and a shift in the political atmosphere. The scene fades into a peaceful, clear blue sky, leaving the tension of the arena far below. The grand arena stands silent and empty, dominated by a massive angel statue holding a sword of justice. Wolfgang walks with Teal, who calls out to her brother with a bright and happy expression. Teal offers cheerful praise to Olivier, who offers a modest thanks as they walk together through the halls. Looking down at the sprawling villa, the heirs discuss using the family treasure to cool the mansion this summer. Teal wonders aloud if a small portion of the treasure would be enough to protect them from the heat. Recalling a harsh memory, Teal worries that Rowan will be cruelly scolded by the silver-haired Marquis of Nestian. Celeste warmly hugs the sweet-natured Teal while playfully teasing her companions about their second-place finish in the competition. A wolf spirit playfully chomps on a cat spirit as the heirs discuss the Crown Prince's current authority. Olivier looks thoughtful as he reflects on how unwell the blonde Crown Prince Ian appeared during the official ceremony. Tiel pauses with a look of sudden concern, her golden eyes widening as she processes the unsettling news. A sudden, heavy thud sounds as the weakened Crown Prince Ian leans against a wall for support. Looking distressed and pale, the blonde prince struggles against a silent, internal pain that leaves him gasping for air. The Crown Prince's magnificent palace stands tall under a clear blue sky, masking the turmoil occurring deep within. Looking down from the villa, the group discusses their father's busy schedule as he heads to the imperial city.
Celeste smiles with pure delight as she cuddles Teal's soft white spirit, claiming it as her second-place prize.
A sudden, quiet gasp sounds as Celeste turns to see an unexpected visitor arriving at the villa gates. Dressed in a dark hooded cloak, the brown-haired Cedric offers a polite apology for his sudden, unannounced visit. Olivier recognizes the newcomer as Ian's aide, who arrives carrying a mysterious bundle wrapped in a red cloth.
Cedric explains that his visit was urgent, having followed their carriage to deliver an important message from the prince. A sudden, quick rustle sounds as the red cloth bundle begins to move and twitch with life. A sudden, loud pop sounds as the golden lion spirit bursts from the cloth, much to everyone's shock. Olivier and Sterling burst into laughter at the spirit's undignified entrance, while the small creature rages in embarrassment. The golden spirit grumbles about having to sneak out after the emperor issued a strict outing ban on Ian. Olivier listens intently with a serious expression, sensing that something far more dangerous is happening behind palace walls.
Sunbeams filter into the ornate palace room, illuminating the heavy wooden doors that guard the Crown Prince's secrets.
A sudden, soft whoosh sounds as Ian presents his hand, accusing Teal if she can see his hidden affliction. Teal looks on with a confused expression, initially seeing nothing but an ordinary hand, while her fish spirit hovers. Her eyes widen in a sudden, sharp realization as she begins to sense an unnatural presence nearby.
A sudden, dark crackle sounds as Teal identifies a pitch-black energy coiling around Ian's hand like a living curse.
Ian reveals that his divine abilities began to malfunction and fail him just before the competition's opening ceremony. He explains that a subspace of pure darkness opened, causing his health to rapidly decline and leading to his confinement. Heavy golden doors stand guarded by knights in silver armor, illustrating the prince's total isolation from the outside world. Ian suggests the staff reduction was a precaution, fearing he might lose control and cause a major disaster.
A sudden, low hiss sounds as Teal notices the sticky, black energy spreading across the plush green sofa.
Olivier realizes with a start that he felt this same unpleasant energy while sightseeing in the capital yesterday. Teal confirms that the pitch-black, sticky energy she sees now is identical to the darkness they encountered before.
Olivier deduces that someone with supernatural strength is intentionally targeting the imperial family during the height of the festival.
Celeste turns pale with fear, realizing the grave danger the Empire faces if a major incident occurs now. The narrative warns that with the capital full of nobles, the festival is the perfect stage for chaos. Celeste urgently suggests canceling the entire festival to conduct a thorough search of everyone currently in the capital. Ian asks Teal if she noticed anything else out of the ordinary, but she shakes her head in silence.
The prince explains that canceling the Empire's biggest event based on suspicion alone would be impossible and highly scandalous.
A sudden, firm snap sounds as Ian clenches his fist, resolving to stay hidden while strengthening capital security. Teal looks at the prince with concern, deciding she must report this dark threat to her father immediately. Offering a warm, reassuring smile, Ian tells Teal not to worry, promising that he will handle the situation.
A sudden, quick trot sounds as a spectral deer carries the golden spirit down the palace's long hallways.
Standing by the window, Teal and Celeste reflect on the mystery of the black energy and the coming dinner.
A sudden, sharp knock sounds as the heirs are interrupted by a message from the master of the house. A maid enters politely, announcing that the master has requested everyone's presence for a formal group dinner tonight. Wolfgang looks surprised by the sudden invitation, noting that his busy father has finally found some free time.
Celeste excitedly suggests inviting their parents to join them, while Wolfgang looks on with a hilariously deadpan expression.
Olivier reflects on the message Ian had delivered, wondering if the prince has something important to share tonight.
Teal clutches her chest as her heart races with a sudden, anxious concern for Lord Ian and her family. A playful gray wolf spirit offers Teal a ride, teasingly claiming that her mushy cat brothers are just too boring.
Teal's white leopard spirit admires the wolf's sturdy back, while the black leopard spirits grumble about getting dog fur everywhere. A grumpy black cat spirit scolds the wolf for teaching savage games to a cub who still has baby fur.
The black cat spirit finds the perfectly bouncing ball of yarn absolutely irresistible, despite trying to maintain its noble dignity.
A sudden, quick tap sounds as TL plays with the yarn, leaving the black spirit feeling humiliated by its instincts. A sudden, sharp toss sends a green frisbee flying through the hall as someone calls for Oliver to fetch it.
A sudden, soft tap sounds as Stefano leaps high into the air, gracefully catching the flying disc in his mouth. The black leopard and gray wolf argue about class while secretly fearing they might lose Teal's affection to one another. Celeste and the black-haired brother bicker over who Teal prefers, leaving the poor cub fidgeting in nervous confusion.
Teal presents a colorful crayon drawing of everyone playing together, hoping to end the siblings' constant and silly bickering. Moved by her kindness, the heirs apologize and vow to keep their future rivalries out of the sweet girl's sight.
A collection of glistening steaks and decadent desserts are served for the official group dinner at the mansion.
Marquise Celeste lets out a sudden, low groan, looking remarkably pale and distressed as he sits at the dinner table. Olivier and Wolfgang notice their father's growing pallor and frequent sighs, sensing that he is troubled by deep internal pain.
The heirs grow worried as the Marquis let out a fourth sigh, wondering if the master of the house is sick. He reflects on the emperor's evasive behavior and the dangerous rumors spreading about Teal potentially becoming the next crown princess.
Determined to protect Teal, the Marquis resolves to share a secret and decisive plan with Ferdy and Ludian tonight.
Celeste beams with pride, joking about making history by causing Wolfgang to come in second place twice in a row.
Ludian laughs heartily, teasing that Teal's name will be printed in giant letters in her brother Wolfgang's future biography.
Marquis Celeste covers his face in frustration, lamenting the chaotic and rowdy behavior of his gathered heirs and children. Teal sits quietly at the table, looking pensive as she struggles with an important secret she knows she must share.
Wolfgang notices Teal's distracted expression and kindly asks if she is feeling unwell or troubled during the family meal.
Recalling Ian's warning about the dangerous black energy, Teal decides she must inform the adults about the coming threat immediately. Standing up with newfound resolve, Teal announces to the table that she has something very important to say to them. The grand villa stands bathed in moonlight, appearing deceptively peaceful, despite the heavy secrets and tension held within its walls. Teal and Celeste sit together on the bed in their pajamas, noting how quiet and lonely the mansion feels tonight. Celeste expresses her deep fear that the mysterious pitch-black energy Ian mentioned might eventually target Teal specifically. Teal observes Celeste looking incredibly downcast due to the adults' strict ban on them leaving the house for their safety. A sudden, low creak sounds as Olivier enters with his cat spirit, questioning why the girls are still awake. Olivier explains he is there to protect Teal even at night, suggesting they all sleep in the same room together. Teal looks on with wide, sparkling eyes, her heart pounding with pure joy at the idea of a family sleepover. Olivier feels awkward entering a girls-only space, while his black cat spirit teases him for his hesitation and pajamas. Teal giggles happily, feeling completely at ease and safe now that her siblings are all gathered together in one room. Celeste mentions the upcoming fireworks show, but quickly sighs, realizing they are all forbidden from attending the dazzling event. Olivier and Celeste clumsily try to comfort Teal by claiming the famous fireworks are actually boring and not worth seeing. Celeste looks away with a guilty expression, deeply regretting bringing up the show Teal would have loved to see. A sudden, heavy silence falls over the group as they sit together on the bed, feeling somber and restricted. A sudden, sharp clap sounds as Celeste suggests they share fun stories from their travels to cheer Teal up. The black cat spirit begins a story about a beastman tug-of-war, which Celeste immediately rejects as an incredibly boring topic. A sudden, playful thud sounds as Teal laughs, enjoying the familiar and comforting bickering of her siblings and their spirits. A warm lamp illuminates a photo of Teal's mother as the young girl imagines what it would be like together. The siblings and their spirits fall into a peaceful sleep together, just as the first light of morning begins to rise. Teal sits diligently at her desk the next morning, focused on completing her homework in her quiet, sunlit room. Teal looks up in confusion when told they are going out, reminding the adults of the previous ban on outings. Her father explains that he doesn't want her to miss the very first fireworks show of her young life tonight. The scene shifts to a breathtaking landscape of golden mountains and a shimmering, tranquil lake at the break of sunset. Teal looks out at the beautiful lake with pure wonder, overwhelmed by the stunning and magical view before her eyes. A grand palace stands nestled among lush hills,
illuminated by the warm, golden light of the setting sun. Nights line the slopes overlooking a shimmering lake as the family prepares for an exclusive fireworks display. Teal looks deeply moved, her eyes shimmering with gratitude for the great lengths her father went to for her. A sudden light tap sounds as Celeste runs through the woods, waving her hand to catch Teal's attention. Celeste gleefully informs Teal that Wolfgang has prepared an exceptionally splendid boat for their evening on the water.
A magnificent, ornate golden boat rests at the pier, its gilded decorations sparkling brilliantly in the fading sunlight.
Teal is overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming that she has never seen a boat so fancy and pretty before.
A sudden, soft swish sounds as Wolfgang, dressed in his formal best, politely offers his hand to the princess.
Radiating pure joy, Teal takes Wolfgang's hand with a bright smile, thanking her brother for his wonderful kindness.
A sudden, low whoosh sounds as the men on the dock channel magical energy to propel the festive boat.
Raising a hand, the man conjures a swirling vortex of magic to escort his young guests to a happy place. A sudden, loud splash sounds as the golden boat surges forward across the lake, leaving a trail of foam. Leaning over the railing, Teal finds the cool spray and the boat's rapid movement incredibly refreshing and fun. Flower-shaped lanterns drift peacefully upon the water, meticulously set afloat by the knights to enhance the magical evening. The ornate boat sails toward the center of the lake, offering a perfect view of the upcoming fireworks show.
A sudden, quick thump sounds as Teal's heart races with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she watches the horizon.
Against a shimmering backdrop, Teal whispers a soft confirmation, signaling her readiness for the night's grand celebration. Vibrant fireworks erupt in a kaleidoscope of colors, lighting up the night sky and reflecting in Teal's wide eyes.
Watching the display, Celeste playfully notes that, while pretty, it doesn't match the magic of Teal's fish spirit.
Teal gazes upward in awe, mesmerized by the way the fireworks look like stars gathering and then scattering. A sudden, happy chirp sounds as the group shares a moment of lighthearted pride while watching the brilliant display. Wolfgang explains that the fireworks carry prayers to the goddess Lucette, wishing for light to drive away the darkness. The mention of darkness makes Teal pensive, her thoughts drifting back to the ominous energy Lord Ian revealed. Teal looks toward the distant castle, wondering if Lord Ian is watching alone and wishing they were together. A sudden, gentle tickle sounds as a colorful feather floats down, surprising Teal in the middle of her thoughts. Celeste presents Teal with the pretty feather, revealing it to be a magical gift intended for her future safety. Wolfgang expresses concern over the gift's potential danger, while Celeste insists the wind magic will keep Teal safe. A magical diagram illustrates how vine power will wrap around and protect Teal during flight if she's in danger. Teal listens intently as Celeste warns her to keep the one-time use item safe and only use it for escapes. A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Wolfgang scolds his sister's manners, leading to another round of silly sibling bickering. Teal cradles the precious gift close to her heart, resolving to keep the special feather safe at all costs. Wolfgang recalls a terrifying past crisis when his fire-based mania caused a brother to lose consciousness, nearly ending everything. Celeste scolds him for the past danger, while Wolfgang marvels at how fast Teal was during the incident. Turning to Teal, Celeste asks if she was frightened when she courageously ran into the fire to save him. Teal recalls the heat, explaining that her desire to save her brother was far stronger than any fear. A sudden, high squeak sounds as spirits imagine Teal's fur catching fire, highlighting the great risk she took. A sudden, firm pull sounds as Celeste hugs Teal,
strictly banning her from going near the dangerous fire again.
Wolfgang sighs, admitting he spent time researching his powers because he was so deeply worried about Teal's safety. Wolfgang reveals his discovery that his fire refuses to burn Teal, demonstrating it with a test of her fur. Teal's radiant light power is revealed to be the key, shielding her from the flames and helping cure mania. Smiling warmly, Wolfgang vows to Teal that his destructive power now exists solely to protect and serve her. A sudden, angry growl sounds as the animal spirits bicker over who is better suited to protect their cub. Looking up at the fireworks, Teal realizes that the things she once desperately wished for are finally all here. Teal closes her eyes in silent prayer, thanking the goddess for giving her a second life filled with love. She adds a final, heartfelt wish for Ian, hoping that he is neither in pain nor lonely tonight. Lanterns continue to glow on the water as Teal hopes that tonight is a happy night for everyone. A sudden, massive roar sounds as the scene shifts to a grand stadium where the closing ceremony begins. The arena is packed with people as the Empire's grandest festival officially reaches its magnificent and final end. A sudden, steady rhythm sounds as Wolfgang walks through the halls, relieved that the festival passed without major incident. Wolfgang reflects on the investigation into the dark energy, concluding they must return home to their territory for safety. Teal spots Lord Ian sitting upon the throne, expressing her immense relief that he appears safe. Her expression quickly shifts to confusion as she notices something unsettling about the boy's distant appearance. Teal observes a dark, blurry aura manifesting only around Lord Ian, signaling an impending supernatural disturbance.
Ominous black roses bloom as a thick, dark mist begins to swirl around the seated blonde boy.
Celeste asks Teal what is wrong as the young girl points out Lord Ian's strange behavior.
Celeste suggests they visit him after the ceremony concludes, as they are currently unable to leave their seats. The Emperor stands at a wooden podium, addressing the massive crowd to officially close the Empire's festival. Elegant nobles in the audience remain unaware of the terrifying power beginning to surge at the arena's center. The back of a golden-haired man is shown as he watches the final proceedings from his prominent seat.
Teal breathes a weary sigh of relief, glad that the Emperor didn't summon her during the event.
Teal notices Rowan keeping her head down, suspecting the other girl was severely scolded for her previous actions.
A sudden loud bang sounds as an explosion erupts, shocking Wolfgang and Teal as debris flies through the air.
Chaos erupts in the stadium as thick, dark smoke fills the air, causing panic among the seated audience.
Amidst the smoke, the Emperor urgently commands his people to stay close to him for their collective safety.
People cough and struggle to see through the heavy smoke as the stadium's peaceful atmosphere vanishes in an instant. A man gasps in pure horror as the smoke clears, revealing the terrifying manifestation in the center. A sudden, low hum sounds as a massive, dark energy vortex begins to tear through the stadium floor. Knights and spectators are violently tossed around as the black hole's powerful suction begins to consume the arena.
Lord Ian stands motionless amidst the swirling darkness, his eyes reflecting the cold and destructive power he's unleashing. A sudden, sharp scream sounds as the darkness pulses, radiating a wave of pure terror through the crowd. The black hole continues to expand, relentlessly pulling in nearby decorations and people into its shadowy depths. A sudden, fierce roar sounds as more people are swept away by the unnatural gravity of the subspace vortex.
The Emperor calls out to Ian, while knights desperately try to establish a protective barrier around the royals.
A sudden, heavy crash sounds as fire and falling debris further escalate the chaos within the stadium.
The mustached man commands everyone to maintain their distance from the wall of fire and back away slowly. A young boy watches in shock, unable to comprehend why Ian would cause such massive and terrifying destruction.
Celeste realizes that Ian is likely being consumed by his own madness or an external, malevolent force. Wolfgang holds Teal protectively as they witness more people being sucked into the center of the dark subspace. The plaza's buildings and extravagant decorations are completely destroyed by the sheer force of the black energy. A sudden, deep rumble sounds as a colossal ram skull manifests within the heart of the dark vortex. Tiel desperately wonders if her power of light or the goddess Lucette can save Lord Ian from the abyss. A sudden, sharp crackle sounds as Teal fears that being pulled into this unfamiliar subspace would mean death. Images of her mother flash through her mind, heightening her fear of losing Lord Ian to the darkness forever. A sudden, frantic cry sounds as Teal pleads with the darkness not to take Ian away from them. A sudden, bright flash sounds as a brilliant golden light begins to emanate from Teal's small, determined form. Fishy suddenly emerges from the radiance, answering Teal's silent plea for help and guidance in this crisis. Teal looks to her spirit, wondering if their combined strength can withstand the pull of the dark vortex. Wolfgang warns Teal not to use her power yet, insisting they are safe behind the fire barrier. Teal realizes she must act alone, fearing her father would stop her if she explained her reckless plan. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Teal remembers the magical feather she was given for an emergency escape. Wolfgang looks down in surprise, sensing a sudden and powerful shift in the energy around his young daughter. Ian's past gentle words about avoiding danger echo in Teal's mind as she prepares to break her promise. Teal mentally apologizes to Ian, resolving to be reckless just this once to save his life. A sudden, loud puff sounds as a cloud of white smoke erupts where Teal was just sitting. A sudden, high whistle sounds as Teal transforms into a small white cub and takes flight with the feather. Teal continues her heartfelt apology to her father as she soars through the air toward the dark center. Wolfgang screams Teal's name in pure desperation as he watches his daughter fly into the heart of danger. A sudden, low whoosh sounds as the tiny cub glides through the turbulent sky with unwavering determination. Lord Ian wavers within the shadows, feeling himself being slowly consumed and sucked into the abyssal void. A sudden, desperate chirp sounds as TL calls out to Ian, begging him to look toward her light. A sudden, brave cry sounds as the tiny white cub soars toward the center of the dark vortex. Lord Ian's eyes widen in faint recognition as he feels a small, warm presence approaching through the cold shadows. A sudden, soft thud sounds as Teal reaches Ian, desperately trying to grab hold of him before he's lost. The pair continues to fall into the crimson-tinged abyss, the dark energy of the subspace swirling violently around them. Gravity seems to vanish as they descend further, Ian's motionless form cradled by the determined little white cub. Back in the arena, a small, pulsating rift of red and black energy marks the spot where the children vanished. Panic spreads among the nobles as they realize both the crown prince and the child of light have disappeared. The golden-bearded emperor gasps in horror, his voice trembling as he questions how such a disaster could occur. A bird's-eye view reveals the total devastation of the stadium floor, with a dark, cracked crater at its heart. Reality begins to warp and fragment, signaling a shift deep within the unnatural subspace they have entered. A sudden, sharp yelp sounds as the white cub lands heavily on the unconscious boy's chest within the void. Teal wakes up in a luxurious, intact room,
realizing she has been transported into a mysterious, dreamlike subspace.
She observes the pristine surroundings, noting the absence of any debris or people from the stadium's recent destruction.
A sudden, frantic tapping sounds as TL tries to wake Ian, her small paws pressing against his still chest.
Relieved to find him breathing, Teal watches over the blond boy, though he remains trapped in a deep, unnatural sleep.
A sudden, heavy footstep sounds as Teal panics, sensing someone approaching and quickly hiding behind Ian's body.
A younger version of the Emperor enters, his expression stern as he discusses secrets hidden within the Imperial archives.
The Emperor stands tall, his gaze cold, as he declares his decision to be final and unyielding to any pleas. A blond man with a long ponytail watches the Emperor leave, his face filled with a quiet, sorrowful intensity.
Teal peeks out from her hiding spot, surprised to see the Emperor looking much younger than he did moments ago. Her curiosity grows as she notices the other blond man, whose features bear a striking and unmistakable resemblance to Ian. The man in the ornate blue coat stands silently, the weight of a difficult choice clearly visible in his eyes. A sudden, soft creak sounds as a door opens, revealing a new presence entering the tension-filled room. A beautiful woman with long brown hair and green eyes enters, her voice soft as she calls out to her husband. The couple shares a somber conversation, the man apologizing for the loud noise that surely disturbed her rest. The brown-haired woman offers a gentle smile, reassuring him that young Ian is asleep and likely heard nothing. They hold hands tightly, expressing fear that the Emperor might use force to ensure his plans for their son. A heavy silence follows as they acknowledge their shared lack of will to ever have another child besides Ian. With tears in her eyes, the mother vows to protect Ian from any unhappy future, regardless of the cost. The parents embrace one another, resolving to risk everything they have to keep their beloved son safe and free. A sudden shimmering ripple sounds as the memory begins to distort, signaling another shift in the subspace reality. Teal watches in awe as the room's walls blur and fade, the scenery transforming into a new, terrifying location. A sudden, dizzying whirl sounds as TL loses her footing, the world spinning as the next memory takes hold. Teal clings desperately to Ian's jacket, determined not to lose him, as the memories become increasingly dark and chaotic. A sudden, ominous crackle sounds as the smell of smoke fills the air, putting Teal on high alert.
A massive, raging fire is shown engulfing a grand mansion, the flames lighting up the dark night sky.
Teal realizes they are witnessing a tragic event from Ian's past, manifesting as a dangerous and fiery subspace. Two figures, Ian's parents, walk toward the inferno, their silhouettes etched against the brilliant, destructive light of the flames. A sudden, desperate chirp sounds as Teal runs toward them, fruitlessly trying to warn them of the impending danger. Teal spots a young, pale boy standing at a window, his expression blank as he watches his world burn. The mother's warm smile is the final image of peace before the memory is consumed by the encroaching heat. A sudden, loud shout sounds as a large boot steps forward, signaling a person frantically rushing into the courtyard. The younger emperor pleads with them, promising to change his decree if they would only step back from the fire. Ian's parents share one last look, firmly deciding that there will be no replacement for their only son. The emperor's desperate cries echo through the burning courtyard as the couple walks hand in hand into the black abyss. A soft, final goodbye to their baby lingers in the air, marking the end of their tragic sacrifice.
The blonde-haired man's peaceful smile remains as the red flames close in, sealing his fate within the memory.
Teal gasps as she snaps back to reality, her spirit fish circling her as the visions finally dissipate. Shaken by what she saw, Teal realizes she has witnessed the traumatic core of Ian's long-held pain and loneliness.
Teal looks around the darkened subspace, urgently searching for where Lord Ian has gone after his memories faded.
A sudden, sharp yelp sounds as the white cub lands on a soft, ornate pink cushion.
Teal observes the cushion, surprised by its sudden transformation into a larger, more lavish and sparkling object.
The white cub notices a faint glow behind the cushion as her spirit fish swims nearby.
Teal excitedly identifies the glowing orb as the holy relic she once gave to Lord Ian.
A sudden, quick tap sounds as TL approaches the relic, hoping her strength can restore its fading light.
A sudden, soft squeak sounds as the determined white cub concentrates her power atop the glass orb.
A sudden, bright flash sounds as a surge of radiant energy erupts from the restored holy relic.
The room becomes brilliantly lit, allowing Teal to see her surroundings clearly for the first time. Teal scans the area, noting that all the people around her remain in a deep, unnatural sleep. A sudden, low hiss sounds as an ominous mass of dark energy begins to manifest in the room. A sudden, frantic scuttle sounds as the white cub rushes toward the unconscious boy surrounded by swirling shadows. A sudden, brave shout sounds as TL releases a burst of light to shield Ian from the darkness.
Teal watches in horror as the sticky, dark energy clings tightly to Ian, resisting her efforts to pull it away.
Returning to her human form, TL commands the darkness to release Ian as she channels her full power. A sudden, sharp rustle sounds as the malevolent energy begins to tighten its grip around the boy's chest. A sudden, heavy choke sounds as the black smoke constricts, threatening to crush the life from the prince.
Teal realizes the darkness is strangling Lord Ian, and her desperation reaches its breaking point.
A sudden, firm thud sounds as Teal throws herself onto Ian, desperately trying to protect him. Crying out for the power of light, Teal prepares to sacrifice everything to save the blonde boy. A sudden, blinding flash sounds as TL releases an enormous wave of energy to purify the dark mass. A sudden, heavy breath sounds as the light fades, leaving Teal exhausted within the silent, empty room.
Relieved, Teal sees the darkness has vanished, leaving the unconscious Ian safe in her arms. Teal gently shakes the boy, pleading for him to wake up and open his eyes.
A sudden, soft jolt sounds as Teal notices a mysterious, glowing mark on the back of Ian's neck.
She stares at the luminous, bird-like symbol, wondering what secrets are hidden within the boy's heritage. Back at the ruined stadium, Wolfgang desperately asks if there is truly no way to save the children. The golden-bearded emperor explains that only the subspace master can interfere, recalling his failed search through ancient archives.
Wolfgang and his companion wait in tense silence, their faces etched with grief and helplessness. Knights gasp as a brilliant blue rift suddenly tears open in the sky above the crater. Gravity shifts as the people previously swallowed by the vortex begin to fall back into reality. A sudden, loud gasp sounds as the arena floor is covered with the returned, unconscious nobles. Knights confirm that the victims are alive and uninjured, though they remain in a deep slumber. Wolfgang frantically searches the crowd, his voice trembling as he calls out for his missing daughter.
A sudden, sharp cry sounds as Wolfgang's attention is drawn to another figure appearing in the rift.
Teal and Ian descend gently together, the young girl holding the boy close as they return safely.
Teal sits beside the still unconscious prince, completely drained of strength, but relieved the nightmare has finally ended.